Chapter 3152. Cauldron Dragon's golden pupils flickered and shrank again. It wanted to speak. However, when he looked into the young girl's eyes, which were shining with brilliance, it couldn't make the slightest sound. Just like that, it locked eyes with the young girl. After a long while, the young girl withdrew her gaze and stepped into the boundless whiteness. That blazing figure. Within the white fog, it was faintly discernible. Until that figure completely disappeared within the azure dew bracelet. Cauldron Dragon's widened golden pupils faintly fluctuated for a moment. Golden light flickered. The cauldron body once again transformed into an enormous dragon cauldron. "I'll have to trouble you, Cauldron Dragon." A gentle and graceful voice was especially clear in this silent space. Hearing this voice, Cauldron Dragon's gaze suddenly became respectful. Is it really okay to tell her about Old Man Song? That graceful voice was ethereal and faintly discernible. You can't always let her act recklessly. You should let her understand that after she acts recklessly, someone will bear the consequences for her. Although the words were filled with reproach towards Yiqing Luo, but one could clearly hear the amiability in the tone. Cauldron Dragon's golden pupils drooped, as if recalling Yiqing Luo's final smile when she looked at it. It sighed softly. Come to think of it, that girl should have already understood this. The air was silent. Cauldron Dragon asked again, then Old Man Song can he still wake up? Yes. The graceful voice seemed to blend into the air, light and faintly discernible. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear this voice. Old Man Song will wake up, but everything depends on fate. Depends on the fate between Old Man Song and Luo. Yiqing Luo opened her eyes. She was still in the room where she rested last night. In her mind, she recalled what Cauldron Dragon had just said. She lifted her wrist and lightly stroked the azure dew bracelet. Old Man Song, I will definitely let you wake up. The things I promised you, I will absolutely not break my word. She softly murmured, the light in her eyes becoming increasingly resolute. She looked at the time. She had actually already stayed in the azure dew bracelet for nearly 2 hours. Yiqing Luo walked out of the room, preparing to take a look at Dmo Xian and those soldiers who were infected by the miasma. But, standing at the railing of the second floor, Yiqing Luo surveyed the surroundings but didn't see Dmo Xian's figure at all. The injured soldiers were also bandaged and laid on the ground covered with straw to rest. Where is Xian? Yiqing Luo's figure leapt up and directly leapt from the railing to the first floor. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lady Knight, no, I should call her Lady Emperor. The soldiers immediately greeted him respectfully. How are your bodies feeling? Yiqing Luo smiled at them. The soldiers were grateful. Thank you for your concern. The Overlord has cleared the miasma from our bodies. As long as we rest for a while, we can go into battle again. Yiqing Luo's vision swept past everyone's faces. The black aura between their eyebrows had indeed completely dissipated. She curled her lips and said warmly, there's no hurry to go into battle and kill the enemy. The external injuries on your bodies need to rest for at least half a month's time. The smiles on the soldiers' faces stiffened and immediately became resolute. The injuries on our bodies are not a hindrance. Chapter 3153. The soldiers froze. Yiqing Luo continued to smile, but her tone revealed a calm and unruffled boldness. The main hall fell into silence. Yiqing Luo's voice slowed down but was sonorous. Xian can save you once, but it doesn't mean that he will save you a second time. So if you want to protect your own continent, then let yourself recover quickly and not try to show off and drag your own brother down. The soldiers were all tensed up as they clenched their fists tightly. They looked deeply at Yiqing Luo's direction. The expressions on their faces were changing bit by bit. Towards Yiqing Luo's words. They had no way to refute. Yiqing Luo didn't continue saying anything as she walked out of the inn directly. Outside the inn it was a mess. The entire place was in ruins and smoke filled the air. It was totally different from the Valley Wind City that she had seen in her memory. She raised her eyes as she looked at the city wall not too far away. The great general and those soldiers who were standing upright were guarding this city vigilantly. This was the last city in the South Waves continent. The people from the secluded palace would attack any time. If Valley Wind City was attacked, the South Waves continent would completely become a subsidiary force of the secluded palace. The secluded palace's plan would then advance a step further. Qing Luo. A lady's soft voice was heard from behind. Yiqing Luo turned around and saw Tang Beiyuan, who was dressed in a blue long dress, walking over. Tang Beiyuan said, The Imperial Palace's disciples have found the secret base which the secluded palace had stationed in the South Waves continent. The Overlord has brought some men over to scout. Secret base? Yi Qing Luo was stunned. Surely this isn't a scheme of the secluded palace? According to a reliable source, it shouldn't be. Tang Beiyuan shook her head. The Overlord will head over personally, so it shouldn't be fake. Where is it? I'll go over now. Yi Qing Luo pursed her lips as she asked anxiously. The Overlord had specially instructed you to stay here and wait for him to return. Tang Beiyuan pulled Yi Qing Luo's wrist. The Overlord will not let anything happen to himself, don't worry. Although she had 100% confidence in DMO Xian's ability. But it was absolutely impossible to say that she wasn't worried. Tang Beiyuan naturally saw the worry on Yi Qing Luo's face as she walked to Yi Qing Luo's side and stood still. Following that, he and Yi Qing Luo looked towards the direction of the city walls. To be honest, I'm very envious of your relationship with the Dizun. An envious smile appeared on Tang Beiyuan's beautiful face. She glanced sideways slightly as she gazed at Yi Qing Luo's side profile. The current Lord Dizun has really changed a lot. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this is the same Lord Dizun. Beiyuan, Yi Qing Luo could hear the envy in Tang Beiyuan's tone as well as that undetectable sorrow. She recalled what DMO Xian had told her about Tang Beiyuan's fiancé. He had been in the imperial palace for so long. Yi Qing Luo had never seen Tang Beiyuan's fiancé before, not knowing what he looked like. Tang Beiyuan smiled bitterly. She raised her hand and pressed it against her chest as she continued to speak word by word. In the hearts of the women of the imperial palace, Qin Wentian, Dizun was like a high and mighty god. No matter who it was, they were just a speck of dust in front of Dizun. But you're different. DMO Xian's gentleness towards you, that attitude where you're held in the palm of your hand, afraid that you'll fall, or in the mouth, afraid that you'll melt, has gradually made DMO Xian become more and more popular. I've heard many people ridiculing that DMO Xian is cold and emotionless, a person without feelings. Chapter 3154. Tang Beiyuan's tone became increasingly bitter. That bitter taste. Even if he tried his best to hide it, he could clearly feel it. Actually, it's not that he's cold and heartless, it's not that he doesn't have feelings. It's just that the only person he warms is you. Tang Beiyuan could not help but laugh. Her eyes were filled with a sense of loss. He has given all his love to you. He only has eyes and heart for you. Beiyuan. Yi Qing Luo held Tang Beiyuan's hand. Her hand was cold. Yi Qing Luo's slender brows creased as she placed one hand on her shoulder. You and your fiancé, what's the matter? Tang Beiyuan's words sounded very strange. If others were to hear this, they might have thought that Tang Beiyuan was deeply in love with DMO Xian, and seeing DMO Xian loving Yi Qing Luo made her feel jealous, etc. But Yi Qing Luo was very clear. Even if she had never met Tang Beiyuan's fiancé, she was very clear about everything. Tang Beiyuan's deep love for that man. Why would Tang Beiyuan show such an envious and bitter expression? Apart from that fiancé, Yi Qing Luo could not think of anyone else. Tang Beiyuan slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red from holding back her tears as she stared fixedly at her. After a while, Tang Beiyuan said in a hoarse voice, "Do you know why I followed you to the South Wave continent?" Yi Qing Luo looked at her silently, waiting for her next words. Tang Beiyuan closed her eyes. He was injured in the last mission, and I didn't want him to risk his life on the South Wave continent. So I came. Yi Qing Luo rubbed her head. For your fiancé's Beijing, you're very brave. Yes, but he will never be able to see my bravery. Tang Beiyuan forced a smile and snorted softly. Perhaps I'm not the one who knows how to warm him. Yi Qing Luo heard the exhaustion in her tone as she gently pulled her into her arms and patted her back. Don't let your imagination run wild. Tang Beiyuan, who was in Yi Qing Luo's arms, didn't say a word for a long time. But Yi Qing Luo could feel that the sorrowful loneliness from the lady was extremely thick. It seemed that after everything was over, she had to find a chance. He wanted to see Tang Beiyuan's fiancé. Only when she saw that man could she be sure that Tang Beiyuan would be happy with him. Yi Qing Luo gently patted the person in her arms. After a while, Tang Beiyuan suddenly looked up. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at her with a smile. Now, do you still want to look for His Majesty? There was no trace of loneliness or sorrow in her beautiful eyes that were filled with smiles. It was as if the bitterness from before was just a facade. Yi Qing Luo was stunned and was about to open her mouth. Tang Beiyuan grabbed her hand and winked mischievously. If you still want to look for the Dizun, you'll be provoking me. I'm all alone and I don't have a fiancé by my side to love me. His tone was full of grievance. Yi Qing Luo, she stared at Tang Beiyuan's face for a long time before she held her forehead and said, Just now, were you trying to divert my attention? In order to prevent her from finding Diamo Xian? So you purposely put on a bitter drama? Tang Biyun's eyelashes fanned as she looked at her innocently. No, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm really envious of you guys, very envious, very envious. As she said that, she stuck out her tongue mischievously at her. Following that, she turned around and jogged towards the direction of the inn. Chapter 3155. The more Tang Beiyuan said so, the more he thought about it, the more it proved that she was indeed trying to stop him from going to look for Diamo Xian, and intentionally put on a bitter drama. But others couldn't tell. There was no way she couldn't tell. Tang Beiyuan's words and emotions came from the bottom of her heart, just so she wouldn't worry. As for the deliberate act, it was just a pitiful play. This lass, sometimes it really made one's heart ache. From the looks of it, Tang Biyuan's fiancée. Indeed, she had to find an opportunity to go and have a look. After Tang Beiyuan's antics, Yiqing Luo had indeed dismissed the idea of looking for Diamo Xian. She glanced in Tang Beiyuan's direction before walking towards the city gates. Beiyuan didn't want her to worry. She would pretend that she didn't know anything. At this moment, Beiyuan also wanted to be alone for a while. Yiqing Luo's feet had just lifted up. Soon after, he heard a soft chuckle coming from not far away. Yiqing Luo frowned as she looked towards the direction of the laughter alertly. In the messy street stood a figure wrapped in a black robe. Even his head was covered with a black veil, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Yiqing Luo's expression congealed. When did this person appear? How could she not sense the existence of this person? Her perception couldn't sense this person? Missy, you're really naive. The black-robed and black-veiled figure laughed softly. Her tone was full of ridicule. The sound was ear-piercing, like the sound of two sharp objects colliding and rubbing against each other. Yiqing Luo dug her ears and frowned slightly. Who are you? Judging from this person's stature. Yiqing Luo's initial judgment was that the person under the black robe should be a lady. It was just that the voice was so unpleasant that it was hard to distinguish. Hey, the black-robed man chuckled again, just a little commoner who was saved by the soldiers of Valley Wind City. Commoners? Yiqing Luo stared at the black-robed man. She could not sense any trace of profound energy from the black-robed man's body. Indeed, he looked like an ordinary person. But Yiqing Luo didn't believe it. A commoner was able to avoid her senses. How could a commoner be so calm and composed in front of her? Just as Yiqing Luo was in deep thoughts, suddenly he heard a hoarse and anxious voice. Little Feng. Xiao Feng. Not good, not good. Granny Wang is foaming again. An old man rushed out of an abandoned mansion not far away. The soldiers at the door immediately supported the staggering old man. When the old man saw the black-robed man, his face was full of excitement. Little Feng, quick, come here. The black-robed man took a look at that old man and looked at Yiqing Luo. Yiqing Luo seemed to have heard the black-robed man's chuckle. Then, the black-robed man's sharp and unpleasant voice rang out. I still wanted to be friends with Lady Yi and have a good chat. Seems like I can only postpone it. With that, the black-robed man turned around and walked toward the old man. The old man looked at the black-robed man with hope in his eyes. Xiao Feng, only you can save old woman Wang. You must save her. The two of them walked side by side into that abandoned mansion. Yiqing Luo stared at their departing figures as she frowned slightly. That mansion was Valley Wind City's safety zone. Those commoners who were still alive were arranged in the safety zone, waiting for rescue. That black-robed man earlier. Chapter 3156. From the attitude of the soldiers and that shabbily dressed old man towards that black-robed man. That black-robed man should have stayed in the safety zone for a long period of time. Yiqing Luo narrowed her eyes. Staring at the direction of the safety zone, she pondered for a moment. She lifted her feet and walked towards the safety zone. The soldiers guarding at the entrance naturally recognized Yiqing Luo. It could be said that in the entire Valley Wind City, there was no one who didn't recognize Yiqing Luo and her bunch of brothers in the world group. The soldier revealed a joyous expression. Imperial Madam, you're going to the safety zone to take a look? I'll lead the way for you. Yiqing Luo waved her hand as her gaze passed through the open door and looked into the huge mansion. From this glance, there were at least 200 to 300 people in the huge mansion. Men and women were all huddled together. Yiqing Luo's gaze looked in and coincidentally saw a corner of the huge mansion which was filled with people. The black-robed man's back was facing her direction. There were quite a number of people who kept rushing towards that direction. Is Imperial Madam looking at Miss Xiao Feng? The soldier saw Yiqing Luo staring at that direction and hurriedly opened his mouth to chat. Yiqing Luo nodded slightly. She's called Xiaofeng? That's right. The soldier also looked over and his tone was filled with admiration and admiration. Miss Xiaofeng and Imperial Madam are the same, both are kind-hearted people. Kind-hearted? Earlier this young lady called Xiaofeng. When she was facing her. That tone didn't seem like a kind-hearted person. Ever since Miss Xiaofeng was picked up from outside the city by the Grand General, our casualties have reduced by a lot. The soldier continued, Miss Xiaofeng is an outstanding doctor and the commoners in the safety zone have all received her grace. Yiqing Luo's slender brows rose slightly. From the sound of it, she indeed sounded like a kind-hearted person. Yiqing Luo's lips curled slightly. I'll go in to take a look. The soldier naturally wouldn't stop her. Yiqing Luo walked directly towards the direction where the crowd was surrounding. Imperial Madam, this safety zone is dirty. If those commoners touch Imperial Madam, That soldier saw Yiqing Luo walking towards a crowded place as he called out softly behind her. In this safe zone, it was already good enough for the civilians to survive and fill their stomachs. Before the end of the war, they would not be able to take a bath or change their clothes. Each and every one of the commoners was dirty and messy. One could smell the stench on their bodies even without looking at them. Yiqing Luo was a priceless treasure. The soldier's words didn't stop Yiqing Luo. They could only watch as Yiqing Luo squeezed into the crowd. The people were crowded and bustling. The dust on his body had more or less landed on Yiqing Luo. Fortunately, Yiqing Luo didn't mind. The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief, but their eyes were still concentrated on Yiqing Luo's direction. Yiqing Luo squeezed into the crowd. His gaze was attracted by Xiaofeng's figure. An old granny dressed in coarse clothes lay on the ground surrounded by the crowd. Her entire body was dirty and messy and she was twitching in pain. The old lady's mouth was still spitting white foam. Xiaofeng squatted beside the old lady, one hand on the old lady's wrist and the other on her heart. Old Madame Wang, can you hear me? Xiaofeng asked. His voice was still the same as the sound of sharp weapons clashing, but it was obviously much softer. It was totally different from the ridicule when facing her. The Xiaofeng. Chapter 3157. Xiaofeng asked a few more questions. Granny Wang didn't respond. Her body was twitching more and more violently. Xiaofeng immediately increased the strength of his palm and pressed hard on old woman Wang's chest. His other hand reached for old maidservant Wang's chin and held it firmly. Old maid Wang's body convulsed violently. Then, like a fish that had lost its water, it went limp. However, he had also stopped convulsing. Seeing this, the onlookers heaved a sigh of relief. Miss Feng, it's all thanks to you. Fortunately, you're here. Old maid Wang is fine. Miss Lin Feng, go and rest. Leave this place to us. The commoners looked at Xiaofeng with gratitude in their eyes. He completely regarded Feng as a living bodhisattva. Xiaofeng didn't say anything. Instead, he placed his hand on old maid Wang's chest. Then he used his other hand to clean the white bubbles on old maid Wang's mouth, not caring about her sloppiness. This action once again made the commoners feel grateful. Among the crowd, Yiqing Luo's slender brows did not relax for a long time. Xiaofeng did look like a doctor who practiced medicine to save the world. Judging from her actions and her attitude towards old maidservant Wang, there were no other emotions in his body. There was not a single mistake to be found. After dealing with old maid Wang, Xiaofeng stood up. The commoners at the side immediately handed over a clean handkerchief. Xiaofeng wiped his hands and stood up. Grandma Wang is fine now. The surrounding commoners once again expressed their gratitude and praise. Xiaofeng was about to leave the crowd. When he raised his head, he saw Yiqing Luo who was standing in the crowd. Their eyes met through the black veil. Yiqing Luo could clearly feel that Xiaofeng seemed to have smiled. Then he followed the crowd and headed in another direction. It was a corner under the eaves. This corner was surrounded by sheds. There was a wooden table and a wooden chair inside. At the side, there was a bed that could fit a person with a gauze curtain hanging over it. In this destitute and impoverished safety zone, this kind of place could definitely be considered as the best. Xiaofeng walked over and sat on the wooden chair. Countless commoners immediately rushed forward. Yiqing Luo narrowed her eyes slightly. She was sure that Xiaofeng had seen her just now outside the mansion. Xiaofeng obviously had something to say to her. Now that he saw her, he was pretending to be mysterious? This woman called Xiaofeng. What was her objective? Just as Yiqing Luo was staring at Little Wind's direction, an old voice came from behind her. Beautiful young lady, are you new here? Yiqing Luo glanced sideways and saw the old man who ran outside the mansion earlier, calling Xiao Feng to save old maid Wang, looking at her with a smiling face. The old man didn't wait for Yiqing Luo's reply as he continued on his own. How pitiful, so pretty, you must be some family's missy. It's all right, it's all right. The people here are all good people. Saying that, she stretched out her hand and pulled Yiqing Luo's wrist. Let's go, I'll bring you to find a place to rest. Although this place is a little shabby, at least we can survive. In the face of survival, some dirt and mess can be tolerated. Yiqing Luo was directly dragged by the old man to another corner of the mansion. This corner was rather damp, and the ground was covered with layers of straw. There were also a few young girls sewing and patching at the side. Chapter 3158. This is a newcomer, please take care of her. The old man smiled as he instructed and squeezed towards Little Feng's direction. Looking at the old man's back, Yiqing Luo frowned slightly. The young lady sitting on one side got up and pulled Yiqing Luo to sit down. Don't be sad, it's not bad that we can survive. Actually, it's good to stay here, there's food and drink and we just have to do some small things every day, it's not bitter. The young lady on the other side pushed the old sewing equipment over. That old lady is our steward here, we all call her Mistress Yang, in future we will have to rely on her for our food and drink. Seeing that Yiqing Luo was still staring at the direction of the old man and Little Feng. The other young ladies also understood, although we are all refugees but if we want to have a good life in the safety zone, it all depends on our own ability. Miss Little Feng's ability is strong and can save people, we can't be envious. Basically, every young lady who just came would be envious of Little Feng. Mentioning Little Feng, Yiqing Luo smiled. It seems, you all respect Miss Little Feng? That's natural. The young ladies nodded hard. Our lives are all saved by Miss Little Feng. Yiqing Luo took the opportunity to ask, why did she wrap herself in the black robe? Have you seen her face? The young lady's smile froze. The few young ladies stared at Yiqing Luo for a long time. One of the young ladies pulled her hand and whispered, you can't say this sentence again, if others hear it, they will chase you out of the safety zone. It could be seen that in the hearts of this group of people, Little Feng occupied an extraordinary position. Miss Little Feng because of the battle in the southern continent, her face was scratched by the magical beasts, her entire face was ruined, so she covered her face with the black veil. The young lady leaned close to Yiqing Luo's ear and whispered, in the safety zone, you must not mention anything about Miss Little Feng's face. Yiqing Luo nodded thoughtfully. Disfigured by magical beasts? Yiqing Luo raised her brows and stared at Little Feng's direction with interest. It seemed like she wanted to see Little Feng's face through the black veil. The little girl hurriedly tugged at her. Don't look. If you make Miss Xiaofeng unhappy, maidservant Yang won't give you lunch. Thank you for your reminder. Yiqing Luo smiled at the young lady and immediately stood up. The little girl asked anxiously, where are you going? Don't wander around. There are many places in the safe zone that have been sprinkled with Miss Xiaofeng's special medicinal powder to expel the poisonous insects. If you come into contact with it, you'll be in trouble. Yiqing Luo smiled again and without any hesitation, she left this secluded corner. After a series of understanding, Yiqing Luo could tell as well Xiaofeng's position in the safe zone. He also knew that this group of people regarded Feng as a god in their hearts. In other words, they were Xiaofeng's diehard fans. Even if the monarch came in person, he might not be able to win the hearts of the people like Xiao Feng. However, she still couldn't believe it. This Xiaofeng was just as everyone had described, kind-hearted and kind-hearted. He had to admit it. This Xiaofeng's methods were indeed impressive. Yiqing Luo retracted her vision and walked towards the main door. Coincidentally, she bumped into maidservant Yang who was walking towards her. Yiqing Luo's beauty could topple a city, anyone could remember her. Chapter 3159. Yiqing Luo casted a glance at her but didn't bother about her. She walked past matron Yang and prepared to leave. Maidservant Yang's old face instantly turned ugly. Little girl, didn't you hear what I said? As matron Yang said that, she took a big step forward and blocked Yiqing Luo's way once again. What's the matter? Yiqing Luo frowned as she asked calmly. Ever since she followed beside Miss Xiaofeng in the entire safety zone, who didn't smile at her, matron Yang? Even the soldiers from Gu Feng's sect had to address her as matron Yang when they saw her. Since when did anyone dare to show her such attitude? Matron Yang's face sunk. Young lady, this isn't like your home, it's not a place for you to throw a tantrum. I pitied you so I arranged you to the most relaxed place, don't be ungrateful. Matron Yang's voice was very loud. Moreover, in the safety zone, she was someone whom everyone knew. Hearing Matron Yang's voice, the rest of the commoners' gazes all turned over. With the commoners backing her up, Matron Yang's back straightened even more. I advise you, you'd better listen obediently, otherwise I'll reward you to those soldiers and let you be their prostitute. Matron Yang's words were getting uglier and uglier. Yiqing Luo originally didn't mind Matron Yang's obstruction. To her, Matron Yang was just an ordinary commoner. But Matron Yang just had to provoke her. Don't blame her for not giving any face. Stare. What are you staring at for? A down-and-out young missy still has the cheek to throw a tantrum? Matron Yang felt goosebumps from Yiqing Luo's stare. Matron Yang straightened her neck as she kept on scolding her. Pa. The crisp sound of a slap interrupted the clamor in the mansion. It also stopped Matron Yang's scolding. Matron Yang regained her senses from the pain as she suddenly raised her hand and covered her face. You dare to hit me? Matron Yang didn't see the young lady in front of her making a move, but the burning pain on her face was extremely obvious. Even opening her mouth to speak, her muscles were in so much pain that she sucked in a breath of cold air. Yiqing Luo indifferently glanced at the palm print on maidservant Yang's face as her voice was chilly. You indeed deserve a beating. You. Grandma Yang was furious. Good. Are you kidding me? If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Old Woman Yang. She howled and pounced towards Yiqing Luo. But this pounce, before he even got close to the girl, Old Maid Yang felt her vision blur. He stumbled and fell heavily on the ground, face down. She fell all over her body and her bones were aching. While howling and crying in pain, he rolled on the ground again and again. She looked exactly like a shrew. Yiqing Luo was just 5 steps away from maidservant Yang, as she stood with her arms crossed. Her beautiful face was devoid of any emotion. Her eyes were cold and calm, and no one could tell what she was thinking. She disdained to fight with ordinary people. He was not interested in making a move against an old man. That slap wasn't from her. Of course, she didn't detect where the energy from that slap came from. Looking at the hysterical appearance of Old Maid Yang in front of him, Yiqing Luo instinctively raised her eyes and looked past the crowd, towards the black-robed lady who was standing by her wooden table. 2 pairs of eyes seemed to meet. Yiqing Luo once again sensed that the lady's black robe revealed a smile. That smile seemed to be ridiculing her. Chapter 3160. Somehow they felt that earlier slap. It had something to do with the black-robed lady who was addressed as Xiao Feng. But currently, everyone seemed to have confirmed it. That Madame Yang would fall onto the ground crying out in pain. This was what Yiqing Luo had done. Just as Yiqing Luo and Xiao Feng were exchanging glances, the surrounding commoners hurriedly helped Madame Yang up as they berated Yiqing Luo. What's wrong with you, young lady? You look so good, but your heart is so vicious, not even letting an elderly off. If anything happens to Madame Yang, don't even think of staying in this safety zone. Quick. Stop her, don't let her escape. The commoners started to flock forward as they surrounded Yiqing Luo in the middle, one circle after another. All of them started to berate her fiercely, as though Yiqing Luo was an unpardonable evil person. But as they were berating her, the commoners realized that the main character who was being berated had no reaction at all. There wasn't even any change in her expression. Their berating and insults were like punches onto cotton. This made the commoners' chests suffocated with anger. Some commoners followed Yiqing Luo's line of sight. They realized that Yiqing Luo was using such an icy cold gaze to stare at the deity in their hearts. The suppressed anger in their chests was ignited at this instance. What's that look? Who allowed you to use this kind of gaze to look at Miss Xiao Feng? If you scared Miss Xiao Feng or offended her, even if you died 1,000 times or 10,000 times, you still wouldn't be able to absolve yourself from the blame. What? You dare to stare at our Miss Xiao Feng? You hurt Miss Xiao Feng in the safety zone and you're still disrespecting her? You slut, you've already fallen to the safety zone and still treat yourself as a rich missy? One sentence stirred up 1,000 ripples. The commoners' support towards Xiao Feng made their hatred towards Yiqing Luo to explode. Especially the ladies, those who were jealous of Yiqing Luo's looks, were even more impolite when they spoke. In our place, having a beautiful face is of no use. Unless you're like Miss Xiao Feng in the safety zone, you have meritorious services. Otherwise, you're just an ordinary commoner. You're so arrogant. Do you think you can deceive a man to love you and stand up for you just because you have a face like a vixen? Let me tell you, in the safe zone, we don't care about looks, we only care about ability. Vixen. B*tc. Jealousy makes people ugly. The eyes of these women were blinded by jealousy. The words that came out of his mouth became more and more unbearable. Everyone was cursing. Yiqing Luo didn't mind it at all. Instead, she noticed it, while the commoners were besieging and cursing her. From under Xiaofeng's black veil, there was an extremely obvious sense of pride. It wasn't an illusion. Instead, he was truly proud of himself. And that indistinct provocation. Yiqing Luo was almost certain. This black-robed woman called Xiaofeng was indeed targeting her, and her hostility towards her was very deep. He thought back to what Xiaofeng had said at the entrance of the mansion. Yiqing Luo's slender brows creased slightly. This girl called Xiaofeng, what was his motive? Bang! Suddenly Yiqing Luo felt a weight on her arm. She saw a few ladies suddenly rushing forward and grabbing her arm. Their strength wasn't big, but they were good at being unreasonable. They locked Yiqing Luo's hands tightly. Chapter 3161. Yiqing Luo. She glanced sideways, squinting at the two ladies whose faces were distorted. The corners of her lips unconsciously twitched twice. Why did she feel? This group of people had a sense of déjà vu of the cult's brain-dead fans? All of them, their brains had probably been brainwashed by Little Feng? Looked like she had to investigate this Little Feng. What was her background? Yiqing Luo had no mood to tangle with this group of commoners. She was about to take action to shake off the two ladies who were hugging her tightly. At the main door, a loud and deep voice was suddenly heard. What are all of you arguing about? Is it because the days are too comfortable and you can't stay idle anymore? This voice rang. The surrounding commoners suddenly went silent. Each of them shrunk their necks and even their breathing became cautious. Even the two ladies who were holding Yiqing Luo's limbs had their strength reduced. At the main door of the mansion, a tall and burly figure walked in. Behind him, there were 4 dignified soldiers dressed in armor, holding long spears. These 5 people had just stepped into the mansion. The surrounding commoners, all revealed a joyful and grateful expression. Grand General, why did you come personally? Behind the crowd, Little Feng's slightly sharp voice was heard. She passed through the crowd and walked over slowly. A black robe, black muslin as she walked, it was extremely elegant, like a black smoke lingering around her. The leader was the Grand General. When the Grand General saw Little Feng, the dignified expression on his face softened. Miss Little Feng, it's been hard on you recently. It's not hard on Little Feng. Little Feng smiled slightly. It's hard on you who are fighting in the front line. The Grand General also laughed a few times. Little Feng's vision floated behind the Grand General. I heard that the Grand General had just finished a battle yesterday and successfully destroyed the birds and beasts, as well as that army sent by the secluded palace. I wonder if there's anything that requires my help? Generally, the Grand General or his subordinates came over. Or they came over to send supplies. Or they came over to invite Miss Little Feng to treat the injured soldiers. The Grand General waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Little Feng, for your concern. The soldiers are not in any serious trouble. Miss Little Feng just needs to take good care of these commoners, that's enough. Xiaofeng was obviously stunned. Beneath the black veil, a pair of black eyes flickered with a bright light. After hesitating for a while, he slowly nodded his head. It's good that you're fine. If he's not here to look for Miss Xiaofeng to treat the soldiers, then why did the general come here personally? The commoner asked in confusion. The general laughed. I'm here to pick someone up. Before he could finish speaking, the general's gaze fell on senior maid Yang, who was still lying on the ground in an extremely comical position, looking up at the general. The general couldn't help but laugh. Old maid Yang, what's going on with you? Old Madame Yang often helped the soldiers in the safe zone and distributed some resources. She was also someone who had a few words with the soldiers. Hearing the great general's question, Matron Yang's eyeballs rolled around as she fiercely shot a stare towards the direction of Yiqing Luo, who was being held down by the lady behind the crowd. Then he slapped his thigh and started bawling. Chapter 3162. A new young lady? The general looked at the soldiers behind him in confusion. When had other commoners been sent here today? Now all the commoners who were still alive in the entire Nanlong continent were gathered here. They had just experienced a great battle yesterday. How could there be other commoners being sent to the safe zone at this time? The soldiers also shook their heads. They were not sure. Mistress Yang was crying and did not notice the general's confusion. She continued to howl. It's only the first day and you've already beaten me. I can't straighten my back. My bones are all broken. When the general heard this, he immediately frowned. Beaten? In the safe zone, there were actually commoners who dared to beat people under their noses? This kind of behavior must not be encouraged. Senior Servant Yang noticed the general's dark expression. She could not help but be secretly delighted. As expected, she was still useful in the hearts of these soldiers. After all, she had helped these soldiers out quite a bit. When had she not been the one who handled the expenditure of resources in the safe zone? Thinking of this, Mistress Yang's heart was even more confident. The general gave the two soldiers beside him a look. The soldiers stepped forward and helped Mistress Yang up from the ground. Senior Madame Yang was still groaning, but she did not forget to reprimand him. "Great General, our safe zone doesn't dare to accept a woman like her." "That's right, General, why don't we put that young lady in your barracks?" Immediately, a woman at the side echoed. This suggestion caused the other women to nod desperately in agreement. The general's expression became even more gloomy. What did it mean to put a woman in the barracks? There was no need to say it explicitly. Everyone understood. Although the barracks did need women as rewards and so on. However, this kind of woman was either an evil enemy or a sinner. How could they throw an innocent woman into the barracks? Great General, please don't be angry. That woman is very beautiful, comparable to a fairy that has descended to the mortal world. She will definitely satisfy you." The woman spoke with trepidation as she sized up the great general's expression. Mistress Yang stood up with the help of the soldiers. She purposely revealed the palm print on her face, crying as she said angrily, "It's not that we can't tolerate that woman, it's that woman. I really can't control her." The general's gaze swept past Senior Maid Yang's face. The expression on his face became extremely ugly. "You said, that woman looks like a fairy?" The woman's eyes lit up, but she couldn't help but curse in her heart. She was indeed a vixen. On the surface he still agreed, yes. She's absolutely beautiful, so beautiful that even us women are moved by her beauty. The general slapped his forehead. This is bad. The commoners were stunned. They did not understand what the great general meant. The general's expression was ugly. He widened his eyes and roared, "Where is the woman you were talking about? Quickly bring this general over." Beautiful as a fairy? Woman? A newcomer today? Putting all these pieces of information together, oh my God. The great general could only feel his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. Please don't let it be as he guessed. Otherwise, the great general did not even dare to think about it. Old Maid Yang was so frightened by the great general's gloomy and serious expression that her entire body trembled. He didn't dare to act pitiful anymore. Chapter 3163. The Grand General's sweat kept dripping down. He was praying in his heart as he moved his body stiffly, looking towards the direction which Old Maid Yang was pointing at. When his vision met that red robe which was like fire, like a blazing rose figure, the Grand General's pupils constricted. He stared at that figure as he sucked in a breath of cold air. The chilly feeling on his back made him feel as though he was frozen on the spot. The commoners saw the Grand General staring at Yiqing Luo without blinking. The expression on his face also froze. Although the Grand General's face didn't look like the joy and infatuation after seeing a beauty, but the commoners still felt that. The Grand General was stunned by Yiqing Luo's beauty. The lady who suggested to send Yiqing Luo to the military camp earlier coughed lightly as she plucked up her courage to open her mouth. "Grand General, isn't this young lady extremely beautiful? If Grand General likes her, feel free to enjoy." As her words left her mouth, the expression on the Grand General's face turned uglier by several notches. In the end, his sharp gaze forced the woman to be unable to say anything else. The commoners looked at each other in dismay, unable to understand what the Grand General's expression meant. Just as everyone was bewildered, they saw the Grand General suddenly lifting his feet as he dashed towards Yiqing Luo's direction. His speed was so fast, it stirred up the sand and dust beneath his feet. That impatient look. It made the few ladies subconsciously stare anxiously at Yiqing Luo's face. They didn't forget to curse softly, "Vixen!" Bam! The two ladies who were cursing silently had just made a small sound. A powerful collision force came head-on. Two petite figures were sent flying by a single palm strike. Those two ladies were made of flesh, and after they fell onto the ground, they cried out miserably as they spat out blood. The commoners were so frightened that their faces turned pale as they speedily moved backwards. This was the first time they saw the Grand General getting angry. This was the first time they saw the Grand General laying his hands on the commoners. "Shut up. All of you shut up." The Grand General was so infuriated that he burst out with vulgarities. He quickly walked to Yiqing Luo's side and pulled up the two ladies who were holding on to Yiqing Luo, as he threw them out without any hesitation. He was so angry that his face was livid and extremely unsightly. But when he looked at Yiqing Luo, his face twisted into a smile as he cupped his fists and directly knelt down in front of her. Dong. The sound was extremely loud. When Yiqing Luo heard that, she felt that her knees were hurting. The great general's actions caused the commoners to be dumbfounded. He was both shocked and puzzled. The great general knelt down to that woman? The great general was kneeling to a woman? How was this possible? One had to know that the great general in Valley Wind City, no. Even looking at the entire South Billow continent, those who could make the great general kneel could be counted on one hand. Unless it was necessary. Even if the great general was in front of the Gu Feng sect master, he didn't need to kneel. However, the great general was kneeling before a woman in front of them. Even if these commoners were ignorant of the ways of the world, even if they were as stupid as pigs. How could he not see it now? The girl that they thought was down and out, in actual fact she was an important figure that even the great general was fearful of. The commoners' hearts instantly tensed up. The way they looked at Yiqing Luo had also changed. Thinking of what they had done to this young lady earlier. Chapter 3164. Maidservant Yang was also shocked silly by the scene in front of her. The Grand General's voice trembled as he spoke earnestly. Imperial Madam, these are all ignorant commoners. You are a magnanimous person. Please don't be calculative with these commoners. He was pleading as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Apparently he had been badly frightened. Yiqing Luo narrowed her long and narrow eyes. Her chilly gaze seemed to sweep past the commoners beside her. Those people, after they met Yiqing Luo's gaze, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, they hurriedly shrank back. Where was there any trace of that overbearing arrogance from earlier? Yiqing Luo scoffed lightly as she rubbed her wrist and laughed softly. Commoners? Perhaps it's because of the war which made their lives better, that's why they have the leisure to target the new commoners. You're right. The commoners' faces heated up as they all lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound. How could the Grand General not hear the ridicule in Yiqing Luo's words? He wiped the sweat off his forehead hard. What Imperial Madam said makes sense. I didn't come over often to check on the situation. I'd not expected that. In just a short span of less than half a month, this group of commoners, ordinary refugees, would have such thoughts. Yiqing Luo's lips curled upwards as she pointed out something. Isn't this a very normal thing? When there are more people, their hearts will be united, and with the addition of a backbone, they will naturally form their own cliques and split up the forces. The Grand General was able to become the general and stand tall for so long. Naturally he wasn't a fool. How would he not hear the deeper meaning in Yiqing Luo's words? His face darkened, and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Following that, he tried his best to steady his own voice. I understand. Yiqing Luo smiled as her sleeves moved slightly and a burst of profound energy lifted the Grand General up from the ground. Her charming eyes were elegant and calm without any emotions. This is Grand General's internal affairs. I as an outsider shall not say anything more. I only hope these commoners can understand your painstaking efforts. To these commoners in the safety zone, Yiqing Luo really couldn't raise any good impression. When the continent was in danger, Gu Feng sect was willing to stand out to protect the South Continent, to protect Gu Feng sect. Moreover, he protected the surviving commoners within the area that he could protect. Feed them, clothe them. Let them stay here in peace and wait for the end of the war. Logically speaking, these people should feel grateful. But this group of commoners were obviously, he took everything as a matter of course. They felt that this was what soldiers should do. This was what they, as soldiers, should naturally do. Naturally, he enjoyed the protection of the soldiers. They naturally enjoyed the soldiers' food. It was a matter of course to occupy this place and live a peaceful life. Perhaps, for many of the commoners here, these days of war were actually more comfortable. For there they lay without work, without labor. As long as he said, thank you, the soldiers of the South Wave continent would send him food. Then, under this natural enjoyment, their hearts began to swell. However, they were all refugees, people who were protected by the soldiers. Yet, they assumed the attitude of being a cut above others. They used the peaceful life that the soldiers had brought them to oppress the new people. They wanted to control the fate of the other citizens. For these people. Chapter 3165. She only wanted to ask one question. On what basis did she feel that it was natural? Just because they were commoners? Just because their faces were big? To tell the truth, Yiqing Luo didn't want to be entangled with this bunch of commoners and haggle over it. They were just commoners. She made her move. There was no way out for this group of people. There was a possibility that people would spread rumors that she was a bully to the commoners. She wasn't afraid of the so-called gossips. But what she represented today was not only herself, but the entire group. And the overlord's name. Moreover, these commoners were exchanged with the lives of many Valley Wind City soldiers. She wasn't so petty to the extent that she had to start a massacre. Of course, this didn't mean that she would let them off. Since these commoners were instigated by others and were willing to become other people's tools, they should be responsible for their own actions. She wanted to take a look at the crucial moment of life and death, whether the deity whom they revered would save them or not. I understand. I will deal with this matter strictly. The Grand General wiped the sweat off his forehead as he replied respectfully, those people who spoke rudely towards Madame D, I will deal with them as well. Yiqing Luo's lips held on to a calm smile as her charming eyes glowed faintly without any extra emotions. Even that clear voice of hers was extremely elegant. Are you here to look for me? Yes. Yesterday Duan Kuei's madam and a group of brothers had lent a helping hand and settled the Valley Wind City's battle. Within a short period of time, secluded Darkness Palace will not launch an attack so Gu Feng Sec's patriarch would like to request to meet the Overlord and Madame D, to personally thank them for their help. The Grand General's voice was sincere and filled with reverence towards Yiqing Luo. His words made the surrounding commoners look at Yiqing Luo with eyes filled with terror and reverence. Yesterday's victory was all because of this young lady's help. Gu Feng Sec's patriarch requested to meet, and wanted to personally thank them? To be able to make Gu Feng Sec's patriarch use the word request. What kind of honor was that? One must know that ever since the South Continent's monarch brought his monarch and prince and escaped from the South Continent, in the entire South Water Continent, there was only the sect leader of the Wind Valley sect. The faces of the commoners immediately turned ashen, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. No matter how stupid they were, he could tell. The great general deliberately said these words in front of them. It was all for the sake of this young lady's face. If this girl in a fit of anger told the great general not to care about their lives, what should they do? Where should he go? The commoners were frightened, but they did not dare to speak rashly. However, their minds were filled with a scene of Yiqing Luo bullying the weak. However, the imagined protagonist calmly turned around and headed straight for the door. Her footsteps were light and slow. Her flaming dress swayed as she walked, like a lively flame burning. His posture was noble and elegant, as if he did not place them in his eyes at all. The commoners heaved a sigh of relief, but they also felt indignant. Just as Yiqing Luo had reached the entrance of the mansion. Chapter 3166. Matron Yang knelt down. It implicated her own old bones as she cried out in pain, ouch ouch ouch. This painful cry coupled with Matron Yang's ghostly wails. Instantly this scene in front of them molded into the déjà vu of Yiqing Luo bullying the ordinary commoners. It was a gesture of compromising and sacrificing himself for the greater good. It really made one feel that Yiqing Luo was an evil lady with a vicious heart. Unfortunately, the surrounding commoners fell for this trick. Seeing Matron Yang kneeling on the ground, obviously twitching in pain but still begging for mercy, the fear in their hearts towards Yiqing Luo slowly dissipated. Replacing it was a belly full of dissatisfaction and resentment. Matron Yang, quickly get up. Why are you kneeling on her for? She's a high and mighty cultivator, she totally doesn't understand our ordinary people's pain. Don't beg her. We're not in the wrong. She ran over to the safety zone on her own and didn't mention her identity, making us mistakenly think that she's a newcomer. That's right. The minute she reached the safety zone, she put on all kinds of expressions as though we owe her something, so she can't blame us for our bad attitude. The commoners were displeased as they started to berate. In the commoners' hearts, Matron Yang had interacted with them for a period of time and she was their goddess, Miss Xiaofeng's person. Naturally they were biased towards Matron Yang. As for Yiqing Luo, they could feel it. Miss Xiaofeng didn't really like her. Furthermore, her attitude was indeed arrogant, which made them feel uncomfortable. Seeing Matron Yang kneeling on the ground begging for mercy with a pitiful look, they only felt that Yiqing Luo was rude and unreasonable, using her power to bully others. As a result, the common people's mentality of hating the rich erupted. The Grand General's expression sunk. His brows rose as the muscles on his body tensed up. What nonsense are you all talking about? Do you really feel that your days are too leisurely? The commoners shuddered as they kept quiet as they shrank back. For a moment the entire safety zone turned silent. The atmosphere was inexplicably strange. The Grand General's face was steely green as his peripheral vision kept sweeping towards Yiqing Luo. On seeing Yiqing Luo's expressionless face, there wasn't even a single change in her expression. He felt even more apprehensive. Maidservant Yang, who was still kneeling on the ground, rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she forcefully knocked her head on the ground. Great General, young lady, I beg you, please spare everyone. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I was blind, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. This old woman has lived for more than half of my life. If Miss is still angry, then take my life, to vent your anger. Old Maid Yang's voice was full of emotion. His voice was hoarse from crying. His entire body prostrated on the ground. It was truly heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Matron Yang. The Great General was so angry that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and was about to rush forward and grab Matron Yang. His actions made the commoners even more rebellious. Great General, old Maid Yang is already pitiful enough. Why are you still blaming her? Grandma Yang just doesn't want that vicious woman to succeed. She just wants to protect us ordinary citizens. So what if he's a profounder? Could it be that a profounder can bully us commoners? Could it be that Xian practitioners can casually insult us commoners? Chapter 3167. She just happened to get a haircut. The one who really led everyone to victory and successfully defended Valley Wind City is you, Grand General. I don't think she's a decent lady. Her heart is so vicious that she didn't even let an old woman off. She even wanted to rely on her own opportunistic glory to bully us commoners. The commoners stood in front of old Maid Yang, blocking the Grand General's path. You all are simply unreasonable. This was the first time the Grand General had met such unruly commoners who couldn't differentiate between right and wrong. His face was as black as charcoal. Facing these commoners, he hated himself for not saving them at all. A chuckle sounded in this strange atmosphere. That laughter was clear, mixed with ridicule and ridicule. Everyone's line of sight swiftly gathered towards the sound. Only to see that gorgeous young lady standing beside the Grand General. Her slender fingers covered her lips as she smiled gently. That pair of coquettish and evil charming eyes were filled with ridicule. Her posture was noble and elegant, as though she was above the 9 heavens looking down on all living beings. The commoners only felt as if their hearts had been knocked heavily by something. An inexplicable urge to worship arose from the bottom of their hearts. Empress, Imperial Madam. Hearing Yiqing Luo's laughter, the Grand General felt a chill down his spine. That apprehension in his heart also increased at this moment. Yiqing Luo's expression became calmer. The smile on the corners of her lips became sweeter. The Grand General started to sweat profusely. This was the calm before the storm? What are you laughing at? The commoners stammered as they stiffened their necks and stared at Yiqing Luo. The minute she opened her mouth, that weak tone had no imposing manner at all. Yiqing Luo's pink lips curled up slightly as her smile was cold. I'm laughing at your stupidity. What did you say? The commoners were infuriated. This lady, don't think that with the Grand General backing you up, you can insult us as you wish. Insult? Yiqing Luo sneered disdainfully. What I said, isn't it the truth? Aren't you all stupid? The few men couldn't take it anymore as they waved their fists and were about to rush forward. The Grand General's expression changed as he swiftly blocked in front of Yiqing Luo. The men's fists landed on the general's body. When the men saw that they had hit the wrong person, they immediately retracted their hands and stammered as they tried to evade responsibility. Great General. It's you came up to me yourself. We didn't want to hit you, you can't blame us. The Great General's eyes turned cold, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. The muscles on his armor, which had tightened up due to his rage, let out a cracking sound. Suddenly, a soft little hand rested on the Great General's arm. The girl's clear and melodious voice sounded calmly. If you want to fight, I'll be happy to accompany you. The Great General was startled. The girl had already walked in front of him. It also suppressed the anger in his heart. You're a profounder? You dare to make a move on us ordinary commoners? Don't you have any face? When the commoners saw Yiqing Luo walking over, they immediately retreated in fear. Puchi? Yiqing Luo couldn't help but laughed out loud. Oh? So, in other words, I'm a profounder, so I should allow all of you to hit me and I can't fight back? I. Chapter 3168. As a profound practitioner, I am much stronger than your Miss Xiaofeng. So, shouldn't you all be a little more respectful towards me? Yiqing Luo's tone was as cold as ice. The crowd shuddered. But thinking about how Yiqing Luo had compared herself with Miss Xiaofeng, they felt extremely displeased. How can you be compared to Miss Xiaofeng? So what if you're a cultivator? Your ability is only used to bully ordinary people like us. Our Miss Xiaofeng is really saving lives. How many soldiers did Miss Xiaofeng save? How many people did she save? This is a person with real ability. Who do you think you are, to be compared with Miss Xiaofeng? The few commoners stuck out their necks, arguing for their deities. Yiqing Luo continued to smile faintly, her eyes were filled with fooling. Oh? So Miss Xiaofeng is so powerful. Of course. Do you think everyone is as vicious as you? The commoners snorted coldly. Yiqing Luo laughed again. The commoners were anxious. What are you laughing at? Yiqing Luo replied, I have a doubt which I need you to clarify. The commoners looked at her warily. Yiqing Luo raised her brows. You keep saying that I'm bullying you. I'm using my status as a cultivator to bully you ordinary people. I'm very curious, when did I bully you? Or is it that I don't even know when I've bullied you? The commoners were stunned. Yiqing Luo continued to laugh. Mistress Yang didn't allow any explanation and knelt down to beg for mercy, pleading for you. It seems that, from the beginning to the end, I've never said anything harsh to you, nor did I say anything to take your lives? The commoners looked at each other in dismay, speechless. Recalling back, it seemed Yiqing Luo indeed didn't say anything or do anything, since the great general came to fetch her. She didn't seem to be against them. Even when the great general got angry, she also said that she wouldn't bother about their internal affairs. The silence of the commoners caused Senior Maid Yang to immediately become somewhat flustered. She immediately pinched herself hard and then pretended to make a humming sound. The woman who was supporting her immediately lowered her head to look at Granny Yang with concern. After seeing the palm print on Matron Yang's face, the woman seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, You hit Matron Yang. The slap on maidservant Yang's face was from you, and you even caused her to fall to the ground. Aren't you bullying us? The woman paused and snorted coldly. Although you didn't say that you want the Grand General to do anything to us, who knows if you won't do anything to us in front of the Grand General when we aren't looking? The commoners immediately agreed with the woman's words. Yiqing Luo's smile became even more radiant. A pair of long and narrow eyes were dyed with the beauty of a blossoming flower. Did any of you see with your own eyes that I did it? No matter what, it's just a mouth spreading rumors. What if I say that she slapped herself to frame me? Yiqing Luo sneered in disdain. Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to give you eyesore? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? You're too much. The commoners were so infuriated by Yiqing Luo's words that their faces turned black. Chapter 3169. Are you all aware of who it was that gave you the opportunity to stand here? Yiqing Luo's icy cold eyes were devoid of any emotions. The ones who let you live here, have food, drink and a place to stay, are the soldiers who risked their lives to protect you, not the Miss Xiaofeng in your mouth. Facing the soldiers who bear the responsibility to protect you, to let you live in peace, not to be affected by the chaos of war, your support for them is not even comparable to Miss Xiaofeng? Yes, Miss Xiaofeng has treated many soldiers behind the scenes. But what has this got to do with you? She treated the soldiers, and the ones who treated you are these soldiers. Yiqing Luo's words were sonorous and forceful, filled with power. The commoners only felt their faces were burning as though it was on fire. One by one, when they looked at the Grand General, they all lowered their heads in guilt. Yiqing Luo squinted her eyes, her gaze was like a torch as she stared straight at Xiaofeng. Through the black veil their eyes met. Yiqing Luo's words continued, Your Miss Xiaofeng knows how to use her own medical skills to repay the soldiers, then what about you? You don't even know how to give respect, only knowing how to enjoy the protection of the soldiers. On what basis? She laughed mockingly, just because you are ordinary commoners? So you don't need to contribute and reap the fruits of others' labor? The commoners were stung by Yiqing Luo's words, until their faces were burning. They couldn't find any way to refute Yiqing Luo's words. In the end, only a few commoners retorted in a low voice, We don't know how to fight a war. Nor do we have profound energy, nor do we know any medical skills even if we want to help. We can't help. Ordinary people have their own way of contributing. Yi Qing Luo interrupted their words. Facing these soldiers who had protected you, you should give them the gratitude and respect you deserve. Gratitude is not something that can be done by just saying a few words. Her icy cold gaze swept past the hundreds of commoners in front of her. Let's take the simplest example. After knowing that I am the Grand General's guest, no matter how much you don't like me, you should give face to the Grand General, and treat me amiably, and not pester endlessly, making things difficult for the Grand General. With the soldiers around, there's no need for you to fight against the enemy. However, you have hands and feet, so it's not like you can't take care of yourself. After the war, you can clean up the battlefield and collect resources for the soldiers. Can't you ordinary people do this? Even after the war is over, give them a bowl of water. That's your sincerity. But what about you? You only know how to enjoy giving and taking it for granted. You're still blindly chasing after a woman who hasn't protected you, or done anything for you. Do you think your actions are right? Yi Qing Luo's voice reverberated in the air of the mansion. The mansion fell into a dead silence. No one spoke. They all hung their heads low as in their hearts. They had already been stirred up by Yi Qing Luo's words. These words Yi Qing Luo actually didn't want to say. However, she really felt that it was not worth it for the great general and those soldiers who were lying in the lobby of the inn covered in wounds. A group of ordinary people whose conscience had been brainwashed. An ordinary person who didn't even know how to be grateful. Chapter 3170. On what basis should I give in to you because you're ordinary people? On what basis should I allow you to malign me because you're ordinary people? On what basis should I bear your enmity because you're ordinary people? Yi Qing Luo's tone was calm, but it was so cold that it made one's hair stand. The commoners were feeling guilty and shivering, not daring to make a sound. Yi Qing Luo's icy cold gaze swept past the commoners as she said word by word, ordinary people are not an excuse for you to be shameless. In this world there would always be some people with such weird thinking. They always felt that they were right because they were weak, they were right because they were poor, they were right because they were young, they were right because they were old, and so on. Yi Qing Luo expressed her disdain. She couldn't understand such thinking. She only wanted to ask one question. On what basis? It's me. I used the wrong way of protecting. The Grand General was touched when he heard Yi Qing Luo's words. Since when was there anyone who stood in front of their soldiers, from their point of view, thinking for them? Since when was there anyone who stood in front of them, using her slender body to block others' malicious intentions? Since when was there anyone who felt heartache for their hard work and was touched by their hard work? Since when? They were soldiers. From putting on their armor, picking up their weapons and guarding the borders. They no longer had him in their lives. Their only goal, their only persistence was to protect. To protect the continent that belonged to them, their country. To protect the commoners in their territory, to protect their safety. As time went by, the commoners felt that it was a matter of course. Even they themselves felt that it was a matter of course. To protect their persistence and beliefs unconditionally. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. But, many times, they spent their sweat and even their lives to protect the continent. But there were numerous sinister news about human nature. Selfishness, greed, desire, etc. It had tainted the hearts of the people they were protecting. Every time it was late at night, they would also doubt if their protection was right or wrong. Had they protected their own territory, protected the commoners, or indirectly became an accomplice of human nature's selfishness, greed, and desire? This time Yi Qing Luo stood in front of him and said what he didn't dare to say. It also made his chaotic heart gradually clear up. The great general slowly raised his head. The expression on his face was extremely dignified. His expression was calm, and so was his gaze. The soldiers behind her tensed up as they stared at Yi Qing Luo agitatedly with reddened eyes. What the imperial madam said is right. There's nothing we should do. We're using our lives to protect them at the front lines. We don't expect them to be of any help, but at the very least, they should cherish the peaceful life we've brought them. In order to save these commoners, many of our brothers have died. The soldier's words made the commoners feel even more ashamed. At the same time he felt a little uneasy. They were afraid that the soldiers would no longer protect them because of this. If he lost the protection of these soldiers he would definitely die. Now that the South Tide continent was plunged into misery and suffering, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. In this tense and uneasy atmosphere, Yi Qing Luo slowly raised her hand, stopping those soldiers' agitated discussions. Chapter 3171. The reason why I said all these is not to make you feel that it's wrong for you to protect the continent and the common people. When facing the soldiers, Yi Qing Luo's voice was very gentle. Her pink lips curled into a faint smile. From the moment you put on the armor, pick up the weapon and become a soldier, this is your responsibility. No matter how vicious the common people are or what kind of person they are, as long as they are common people, you should protect them. Yi Qing Luo's voice was very slow and her words were clear and slow. The soldiers choked on their words as they looked at Yi Qing Luo in a daze. After the commoners digested Yi Qing Luo's words, the panic and fear on their faces were immediately replaced by joy. This young lady actually spoke up for them, to let the soldiers continue to protect them? She opened her mouth. The soldiers would absolutely agree. They could still continue to live on. The commoners were wild with joy as they looked at the Grand General apprehensively, waiting for the Grand General's reply. The common people's attitude made the soldiers' hearts turn cold. Even until now, this group of commoners still hadn't realized their own mistakes. They clenched their fists tightly. They really wanted to turn their heads and leave, leaving these commoners to fend for themselves. But Yi Qing Luo's words were like echoes, reverberating continuously in their minds. They had no way to refute Yi Qing Luo's words. And they couldn't really ignore it. Grand General. The soldiers' voices were slightly trembling as they called out to the Grand General. Their tone was filled with complicated emotions. The Grand General, who had a straight face and a solemn expression, finally slowly turned his gaze towards the soldiers behind him, whose faces were obviously revealing an unresigned expression. After some time he opened his mouth. What Imperial Madam said is very right. No matter what thoughts we have or what unwillingness we have, but we are wearing this armor, so we should fulfill our responsibilities. This was a soldier. No matter who they saved, whether they should save or not. No matter what happened. They had to do what they should do. The soldiers looked at the Grand General's solemn gaze. Their eyes were slightly red. Suddenly, he straightened his back and stood in a well-behaved military posture. Yes, Grand General. As soldiers, we must do what we should do. The commoners heaved a sigh of relief. Even when they looked at Yi Qing Luo, they felt that this lady wasn't that annoying anymore. However, at the next instance, Yi Qing Luo's words made those commoners' expressions change. He heaved a long sigh of relief, but it almost got stuck in his throat. The girl's clear and calm voice rang out leisurely. But I'm not a soldier, so I can deal with these cruel and ungrateful people at any time. The people's faces turned pale. Miss, what do you want to do? Yi Qing Luo chuckled. Didn't all of you say that I love to use my identity as a cultivator to bully ordinary people? Since you've said so, if I don't make this matter a reality, wouldn't I be letting down the words you've worked so hard to fabricate? The commoners took a few steps back, instinctively asking for help from the soldiers. The soldiers looked displeased and their bodies tensed up. He didn't even want to look at them. However, the weight of the armor on their bodies was telling them something. They had to protect these people. Because they were soldiers. Because they were commoners. Their fists were tightly clenched as if they were suppressing something. Chapter 3172. Of course. I admire all of you for being upright as a soldier. On account of your face, I will not haggle over this. Yi Qing Luo appeased the few soldiers. Following that, her eyes squinted as she gazed towards the direction of the commoners as a cold glint flashed past her eyes. But if those people were to find trouble, then don't blame me for not showing any mercy. These commoners were all despicable people. She had to threaten them. She wanted them to develop a genuine fear of her, so that she could prevent them from using the excuse of commoners to pester her endlessly. Ants were nothing to fear. But it was very annoying. Extremely annoying. She was afraid of trouble. Imperial Madam, please be assured, I will absolutely not let today's matter happen again. The great general took a deep breath as the cold expression on his face had some slight changes. Yi Qing Luo nodded slightly. Imperial Madam, Sovereign is still waiting for you, let's go back first. The great general said. Yi Qing Luo smiled as she nodded. The few of them were about to leave. Among the crowd, a sharp voice suddenly floated over. Miss Yi has shown great mercy and forgiven us bunch of commoners, sparing our lives. I represent them to thank Miss Yi for your kindness. This voice was extremely unique. It was like the sound of sharp weapons rubbing against each other, making everyone's ears hurt it. They felt that there was a thread in their minds making them feel itchy. The commoner's vision immediately turned towards the direction of the voice. They saw that black-robed lady who was sitting on the wooden chair, slowly stood up. The black veil covered the lady's face. But from her voice they could hear it. The lady was smiling. Miss Xiaofeng. The great general's brows creased as he looked towards the black-robed lady. Great general. Xiaofeng's tone was calm as she slowly walked towards them. The commoners instinctively moved to the sides, opening up a path for Xiaofeng. As Xiaofeng walked, she smiled faintly as she continued. The commoners have no ill intentions, the safety zone is the only place they rely on. I hope Great General will continue to protect the safety zone. Xiaofeng's words caused the general's expression to change slightly. Without waiting for the Great General to speak, Xiaofeng continued, if the Great General really needs the protection that Miss Yi mentioned, then they will have to pay a corresponding price. Xiaofeng is willing to bear all the costs. Xiaofeng can save more people, develop new pills, and help the Great General obtain the final victory of the war. Her tone was sincere and sincere. His words made the surrounding commoners anxious. Miss Xiaofeng, we are willing to pay the price. Don't overwork yourself. In order to treat the soldiers, you haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time. She wants us to pay the price in order to be protected, so we will pay the price. We have hands and feet. Don't tell me we can't afford it. The commoners tried to dissuade him. One by one they surrounded him with concern. This scene caused the muscles on the general's stern face to twitch. Yi Qingluo's peripheral vision caught this small detail. It seemed that the great general also had doubts about Feng's identity. After all, after Yi Qingluo had pointed out everything clearly, this group of commoners still didn't put it to heart. After Xiaofeng stood out. But each and every one of them were so passionate and concerned. As though they couldn't wait to hold Xiaofeng in their palms and pamper him. Chapter 3173. The Grand General wasn't a fool. Combining Yi Qingluo's earlier words, plus the commoner's attitude. More or less he understood something. Immediately, he put on a straight face as he looked at Little Feng with an unhappy expression. Miss Little Feng, Imperial Madam has already made it very clear that as soldiers, no matter what, we will do what we should do. Protecting the commoners is the responsibility of us soldiers, there's no such thing as a price. The Grand General paused as his tone became heavier, and the expression on his face became solemn. Speaking of this general is very curious. Under Imperial Madam's straightforward words, Miss Little Feng still kept on saying that she will use herself as the price. Does she think that we soldiers are narrow-minded, or feel that we are not fit to be a qualified soldier? Little Feng's petite body trembled. The Grand General's voice became heavier, or perhaps Miss Little Feng is only trying to show her kind side in front of the commoners? Trying to gain the commoners' gratitude? Grand General. Little Feng raised her head as her body couldn't stop trembling. How could you say that? Even her voice became trembling. That look really seemed as though she had suffered grievances. Naturally, it attracted the commoners' concern. Grand General, after knowing Miss Little Feng for so long, don't tell me you still don't understand her character? How could she possibly do it on purpose? Grand General, your words are simply too hurtful. Miss Little Feng is only thinking for us. Grand General, I think you've been blinded by that woman. The commoners looked at Little Feng with a concerned look, but when they started to berate the Grand General, and when they stared at Yi Qingluo, their faces were filled with righteous indignation. If it was in the past, if the commoners had such an attitude, then so be it. But now Yi Qingluo had clearly stated out all the sacrifices that their soldiers had made. These commoners, without any hesitation, still stood on Little Feng's side, and in turn berated them. The soldiers only felt bitterly disappointed. The Grand General's face was steely green, as anger surged between his brows. Yi Qingluo absolutely believed that if he wasn't wearing this armor and wasn't a soldier, the Grand General would absolutely punch this bunch of ingrates to death. This general doesn't understand what kind of person Miss Little Feng is. The Grand General's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Lady Xiaofeng said that she was thinking for your sake. Does that mean that I am not thinking for your sake? It turns out that in the eyes of the people, this general is such a narrow-minded person who can easily be deceived by others. His every word was bone-chilling. The commoners were frightened by the great general's anger. All of them shivered and shrunk their necks, looking at the great general in fear. He couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. How could he be so impatient and actually criticize the great general? Little Feng's body trembled, looking like a stubborn white lotus. He took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, Great General, the people don't mean that. They're just worried that you will be deceived by Miss Yi. Finishing her words, she shifted her vision onto Yi Qing Luo. Miss Yi, it's because they don't understand you. That's why they misunderstood you. As long as they have more time, they will definitely understand you. His words were sincere and his voice was sharp, but he also seemed friendly. Chapter 3174. Listening to Little Feng's gentle words. Yi Qing Luo pursed her lips slightly as her lips curled into a faint cold arc. This Xiaofeng, how could he still have that sarcastic and overbearing appearance when he was alone with her? It gave her a very familiar feeling. Yi Qing Luo searched for any memories related to Little Feng in her mind. She spoke casually, speaking of this. Miss Little Feng seems to understand me very well. Her pink lips curled into a slight smile. She couldn't see any other emotions. The casual question made Little Feng's petite body stiffen for a moment. Yi Qing Luo caught this slight change in Little Feng, and she was even more certain of the guess in her heart. This Little Feng indeed knew her. Yi Qing Luo crossed one arm over her chest as the other hand lifted up. Her slender white jade fingers gently stroked her chin as she tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Miss Little Feng, don't be in a hurry to deny. If you don't understand me, you will definitely not know. My surname is Yi. Little Feng was stunned. The crowd looked at Little Feng in unison. Indeed, Yi Qing Luo had stepped into the safety zone. She had never mentioned her own name. Even when the great general came, he addressed her as Madame D. How did Miss Little Feng know her surname was Yi? Could it be Miss Little Feng knew her? Facing the crowd's astonished gazes, Little Feng gritted her teeth under her veil. Damn Yi Qing Luo. Trying to use a form of address to divert the crowd's respect and trust towards her? Wishful thinking. Little Feng's brain worked quickly. In the current situation, if she denied it, it would seem too fake. She admitted it. There must be a proper reason. Just as Miss Little Feng was thinking of a reason, Yi Qing Luo was already smiling lightly as she opened her mouth once again. So, Miss Xiaofeng already knew who I was right from the start and understood me very well. I'm very curious. Why is it that when this old granny tugged at me, leading the commoners to slander me, you didn't stand out to help me reveal my identity? Little Feng opened her mouth to explain. But very quickly he was rebutted by Yi Qing Luo. Don't say anything, you're too busy to notice the situation over here. I've been staring at you. The other commoners should also remember that when this old granny was pestering me, you were just sitting there leisurely, watching the show. Yi Qing Luo pointed her finger. It was on Xiaofeng's wooden chair. The commoners thought back. At that time, they had angrily reprimanded Yi Qing Luo because of her unfriendly gaze towards Miss Xiaofeng. So they remembered it very clearly. Indeed, Miss Xiaofeng just sat there and watched without any intention to respond. Miss Xiaofeng, since you didn't refute me and the people didn't refute me, it means that everything I said is true, right? Yi Qing Luo's brows rose as she didn't give Little Feng any chance to take a breather as she interrogated him once again. Xiaofeng staggered 2 steps back. Her slender body was trembling desperately. Yi Qing Luo laughed lightly, her sweet smile was like a blooming rose. So, I'm very curious, Miss Xiaofeng, and I don't seem to be familiar. Why? Miss Xiaofeng has such a huge opinion of me, even consciously guiding the crowd to bombard me? I didn't. Little Feng tried her best to maintain her composure. Chapter 3175. The commoners' faces heated up as they hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yi Qing Luo. Maidservant Yang, who was standing beside Little Feng, hurriedly opened her mouth. That's because you hit me? It has nothing to do with Miss Little Feng. Which eye of yours saw me hit you? What evidence do you have to prove that I hit you? Yi Qing Luo sneered. Moreover, if I wanted to lay my hands on you, do I need to spend so much effort? She tugged her lips in disdain. The most important point is, when Grand General came to fetch me, who was the one who stopped me from leaving? When I wanted to leave, who was the one who insisted on adding scenes and stopping me from leaving? Saying that, she directed her gaze towards Maidservant Yang and Little Feng. When Grand General came to fetch them, it was Maidservant Yang who suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy, wanting to pay with her life. But before this, Yi Qing Luo indeed did not instigate Grand General at all, or expressed any intention to haggle with them. Later on, it was Miss Little Feng who called out to Grand General, wanting to use herself as the price, to plead with Grand General not to abandon them. If it was during normal times, They were indeed unconditionally touched by Miss Littlefang's efforts. But in the current situation, making Yiqing Luo list out one by one, adding on to the fact that Miss Littlefang obviously knew Yiqing Luo, but pretended not to know her, even if there was a group of evil cult fans who believed in Miss Littlefang unconditionally. But there was a large number of commoners who had some estrangement towards Littlefang's respect. Yiqing Luo squinted her eyes slightly. Just by sweeping past the commoners' expressions, she could roughly tell what they were thinking. Her aim had been achieved. Yiqing Luo didn't want to waste any more time with them. Her calm and indifferent eyes looked coldly at the commoners. Her posture was noble and elegant. But the words she said made the muscles on their faces twitch non-stop. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm not a soldier, nor do I have any noble sentiments or worldview. If you provoke me, even if you are commoners, I will not be lenient. The commoners? The favorable impression which had just risen, returned to zero. What should they do? Yiqing Luo's tone suddenly changed. Her charming eyes were filled with coldness as she looked at Xiaofeng. No matter who you are or what your motive is, if you insist on adding scenes for yourself, I don't mind personally sending you on your way to the netherworld and slowly acting out your big drama. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiqing Luo had already lifted her feet and walked towards the main entrance of the mansion. The great general's face darkened as he retorted, "Take care of yourselves." Following behind Yiqing Luo, he walked out. The other soldiers were also unwilling to stay any longer. This time no one dared to stop him. By the time Yiqing Luo and the others' figures disappeared from the mansion, Grandmother Yang endured the pain in her body and softly comforted, "Miss Xiaofeng, don't take that little bitch's words to heart. She did it on purpose." The woman beside him immediately replied, "We absolutely believe in you." Xiaofeng didn't say anything for a long time. His body trembled as he turned around. Step by step he returned to his place. Granny Yang wanted to give chase. The woman immediately pulled her back. "Let Miss Xiaofeng have some peace and quiet. No matter who it was, it wouldn't feel good." Granny Yang looked at Xiaofeng with heartache and hurriedly looked at the rest of the commoners. "You will also believe Miss Xiaofeng, right? That little bitch obviously wants to frame our Miss Xiaofeng." Chapter 3176. After Yiqing Luo walked out of the safety zone, Grand General quickly chased up to her. "Imperial Madam, please calm down, calm down." Yiqing Luo halted her footsteps as she glanced sideways at Grand General. "I'm not angry." "It's good that you're not angry, it's good that you're not angry." Grand General stood behind Yiqing Luo. "Those commoners? Although they indeed make one feel bitterly disappointed, but they're not bad people. If they were guided properly they wouldn't be like this. They're not worth my anger." Yiqing Luo smiled slightly. "As for their character, I'm not going to comment much." Grand General laughed along. "But..." Yiqing Luo's brows turned cold as her tone sunk. "If they still don't know how to restrain themselves, then Grand General, don't blame me for not giving you any face." Grand General's forehead started to sweat. "I'll take good care of them." Yiqing Luo retracted her gaze as she continued walking towards the direction of the inn. "Has Gu Feng's sect's sovereign arrived?" He's here. After hearing that Imperial Madam led the World Group's mercenaries to defeat Secluded Palace, Sovereign kept on thanking you personally, so he immediately rushed over. Grand General nodded. Yiqing Luo asked, "Is Xian back?" Grand General, "No." Yiqing Luo lowered her eyelids as she pursed her lips slightly. "Don't let Xian know about what happened earlier." "Yes, I'll take note." Grand General naturally didn't want the Overlord to know about what happened in the safety zone. Everyone could see that. The Overlord's protective heart towards Imperial Madam. If the Overlord were to find out, perhaps the commoners in the safety zone would be in danger. Yiqing Luo didn't say a word as she walked straight ahead. Stepping into the inn, she accepted the greetings from those soldiers. She followed the Grand General as she walked towards the inn's backyard. The backyard was extremely spacious, and after some simple tidying, it was considered tidy in this place which had been ravaged by the flames of war. What attracted Yiqing Luo's attention was the stone table in the middle of the backyard where two figures were seated. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a navy blue brocade robe. He was around 40 years old and had a handsome face, with an air of superiority. On the other side was a middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow brocade robe. His figure was slightly plump and his every action was filled with nobility. "Master Monarch." The great general stepped forth and bowed respectfully. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged man in the navy blue robe quickly stood up. His gaze fell onto Yiqing Luo. Great General need not be so courteous, this must be Miss Yi, right? The navy blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Yiqing Luo agitatedly. Yiqing Luo nodded slightly. Gu Feng Sect Patriarch, I am Yiqing Luo. Gu Feng Sect's Patriarch Gu's face was filled with gratitude. After Yiqing Luo spoke, he directly bowed towards her direction. This action caused the Great General to be shocked. Yiqing Luo moved away slightly. Gu Feng Sect's Patriarch need not be so courteous. The reason why I appeared in the South Waves continent is also because of a motive. I can't afford to be so courteous. Gu Ming shook his head. No matter what the reason is, Miss Yi saved the Wind Valley sect, this is the truth. Yiqing Luo's lips curled into a smile. From the bottom of his heart, he had a good impression of this sincere Valley Wind sect leader. Gu Ming smiled and extended his hand to the slightly plump man beside him, while introducing, Miss Yi, this is the monarch of the East Continent. Yiqing Luo replied calmly. Chapter 3177. Never seen it before. Yiqing Luo's lips curled slightly. It's just a guess. Guess? East Waves monarch raised his brows in interest. I'm curious, how did Miss Yi guess it? Earlier, Grand General called you monarch. Yiqing Luo replied calmly. I heard that South Tide Continent's monarch had already fled before the great battle started. For such a selfish monarch, abandoning the people in the fire and water, Sect Master Gu will absolutely not sit together with him. She paused and looked at East Waves monarch calmly. I've met the monarchs of West Waves continent and North Waves continent. If you're not South Waves continent's monarch, then you'll only be East Waves continent's monarch. Clap clap clap. When East Waves monarch heard that, he couldn't help but clapped his hands and laughed. You're indeed Miss Yi, you're indeed as smart as the rumors say. Yiqing Luo smiled slightly but didn't reply. Gu Ming immediately welcomed Yiqing Luo to the wooden table. Miss Yi, please take a seat. Yiqing Luo didn't stand on ceremony as she walked up slowly and sat down calmly. Her posture was noble and elegant, as though she was the ruler of this world, the ruler of this world. Gu Ming and East Waves monarch were still standing. Seeing Yiqing Luo sitting down impolitely, the both of them were slightly stunned. But very quickly, the both of them adjusted their expressions and sat down beside Yiqing Luo. Grand General, go out first and take care of those injured soldiers. Gu Ming looked at the Grand General and instructed. Grand General received his order and retreated. The entire backyard was left with the three of them. Yiqing Luo retracted her gaze from Grand General's back as she calmly poured herself a cup of tea and went straight to the point. Has Sect Master Gu brought the thing I want? Gu Ming was still hesitating on how to bring it up to Yiqing Luo. Hearing Yiqing Luo being so straightforward, without beating around the bush, he was stunned for a moment. He quickly reacted and continued, Yes, I've brought it. This is the condition that Gu Feng Sect promised Miss Yi, and Gu Feng Sect will absolutely not go back on their words. Saying that, Gu Ming raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. A profound light flashed. A fiery red bead appeared in his palm. The pearl was the size of a palm, and it emitted a sparkling light. One could vaguely see a vermilion bird spreading its wings and soaring within the pearl. The moment the bead appeared, Yi Shiwen's eyes widened. Yiqing Luo felt that the quiet Qiao Jiao in the pet space was starting to stir. It looked as if it wanted to rush out of the pet space. Yiqing Luo forcefully suppressed the restlessness in her heart. She stared at Gu Ming's palm. This was one of the 4 sacred beast orbs, the vermilion bird orb. Gu Ming was indeed a man of his word. Yiqing Luo stretched out her hand as she didn't stand on ceremony. I will try my best to do what I promised Sect Master Gu. Gu Ming looked at the vermilion bird pearl in his palm and looked at Yiqing Luo's hand, which was stretched out. He clenched his fists. This vermilion bird bead was passed down from the ancestors. He had no idea what it was for. All he knew was that he had to protect the vermilion bird pearl. But now the South Tide continent could no longer be defended. If the Wind Valley sect falls, what was the use of guarding this pearl? Gu Ming took a deep breath as he stiffened his arm and placed the vermilion bird pearl into Yiqing Luo's hand. The vermilion bird pearl had just entered her hand. Yiqing Luo felt a scorching sensation spreading rapidly from her palm towards her 4 limbs and bones. Yiqing Luo was just about to release her profound energy to stop it. The next moment, another warm surge of profound energy spread into her heart. Chapter 3178. It was the Scarlet Flame. Its energy had swallowed the energy released by the vermilion bird pearl. Yiqing Luo's slender fingers suddenly tightened as she held the vermilion bird pearl tightly in her palm. What's the matter? Sensing Yiqing Luo's creased brows, Gu Ming asked worriedly. Yiqing Luo's lips twitched as she shook her head slowly. While maintaining a stable breathing, she replied, "Nothing." Saying that, she kept the vermilion bird pearl into the azure dew bracelet. The two energies in her body suddenly dissipated at this instance. "I'll keep the vermilion bird pearl. As for secluded darkness palace, I'll do my best to subdue them." Yiqing Luo's expression eased up. Gu Ming smiled as he nodded. "It's been hard on Miss Yi and the World Group's children. If there's anything you need help from Gu Feng sect will do our best to help." "No need to thank me. This is the deal between you and me," Yiqing Luo replied calmly without any arrogance. Gu Ming smiled along. For a moment, the three of them didn't say a word. Yiqing Luo's beautiful eyes raised slightly as she saw Gu Ming and East Wave's monarch's gaze intersecting. Very quickly, he shifted his gaze towards Yiqing Luo's direction. Seeing her looking at the both of them, he gave a dry laugh, trying to muddle through. Yiqing Luo smiled. "Since Sect Master Gu and I are already in the relationship of working partners, just tell me what's the matter." Cough. Yiqing Luo's straightforwardness stunned Gu Ming once again. He coughed lightly as he shot a glance at East Wave's monarch beside him before opening his mouth. "Miss Yi is indeed a heroine among women, a well-deserved reputation as the West Wave's continent's heroine. You're just so straightforward." East Wave's monarch continued, "Since Miss Yi is straightforward, then I shall not beat around the bush. This trip to South Wave's continent is indeed to seek Miss Ye's help." East Wave's monarch still needs my help? Yiqing Luo's lips curled up as a glint flickered in her eyes. East Wave's monarch's expression stiffened as he lowered his eyelids. "I heard that the World Mercenary Group has a weapon which can deal with secluded Darkness Palace's corpse puppets. I hope Miss Yi can lend a hand and help East Wave's continent." When Yiqing Luo heard that, she laughed out loud. "Why does East Tide Monarch feel that the next target of secluded Darkness Palace is the East Tide continent?" The expression on the East Wave sovereign's face turned solemn. Secluded Darkness Palace's goal shouldn't just be the South Wave continent, but the entire Nirvana realm. He paused for a moment and continued to analyze. "The Western continent is the base of the World Mercenary Group. Secluded Palace doesn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Everyone knows that the Northern Continent's Miao Gu clan and the World Mercenary Group are on good terms with you, Miss Yi. Dark Nether Palace definitely won't choose the Northern Continent. So, the secluded Darkness Palace will start with the Southern Water Continent this time. After conquering the Southern Water Continent, their next target will definitely be the Eastern Water Continent." The East Wave Sovereign's expression grew increasingly solemn as he spoke. "That's just your deduction." After Yiqing Luo finished listening to the East Wave's monarch's analysis, her expression didn't change at all. "Since the East Wave's monarch hopes that I can help, then please don't hide it." East Wave monarch was stunned as he stared at Yiqing Luo for some time before bursting out into laughter. "I now truly believe that Miss Yi is the fairy who can save Nirvana realm." Chapter 3179. What do you mean? Yiqing Luo's eyes sunk as she asked with rapt attention. The East Wave monarch sighed softly. "Because of what happened to the South Wave continent, we strengthened the defenses of the East Wave continent. We strictly investigated every citizen who entered the East Wave continent. My hidden guards have also been dispatched to every corner of the Eastern continent to prevent any accidents from happening. A few days ago, a mysterious force appeared on a barren mountain not far from the main city of the East Wave continent, Jade Dome City." When East Wave's monarch said this, he raised his head as his eyes stared intently at Yiqing Luo. "This mysterious energy is hidden extremely well. If it wasn't for my secret guards who discovered it by chance, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know the existence of this energy." Yiqing Luo asked, "What kind of power is it?" The East Wave sovereign clenched his fists tightly. According to the Dark Guard's description, it was an indescribable power. It was very strange and very dark. More importantly, behind that barren mountain, there was actually a secret passage. "Secret path?" Yiqing Luo narrowed her eyes. "What secret passage?" The hidden guards were afraid of alerting the enemy, so they didn't enter the secret passageway to investigate. However, based on the dark energy in the secret passageway and the rotting smell of corpses coming from the secret passageway, I am guessing that it is very likely that this is a base set up by Tenebrous Palace on the East Wave continent. The East Wave sovereign replied solemnly. Yiqing Luo's eyelids drooped as she pondered deeply. According to the East Wave sovereign's description, It did sound like the style of the Dark Nether Palace. That secret passage. It was most likely the place where undead puppets were made. Had Abyss Palace already started to stretch their hands towards the East Continent? Was he really being forced into a corner? You want to end this quickly? Monsieur, the East Wave Monarch said sincerely, when I heard that there was a weapon that could deal with the undead puppets, I felt that this was the hope that the heavens had bestowed upon the East Wave continent. I beg Monsieur to lend us a hand. I will definitely repay Monsieur. Yi Qing Luo looked up at him but didn't say a word. Gu Ming sighed. I understand how the East Wave sovereign feels. For so many years we have enjoyed a supreme life, enjoyed the love and respect of the people. We should do our best to protect the continent that we should protect. As for this position, we do not pursue it. We only hope that the common people can live in peace and not be disturbed by war. Gu Ming and the East Wave sovereign exchanged glances. His eyes were filled with appreciation for each other. Yi Qing Luo had been staring intently at the East Wave monarch, unable to see any falsehood in his eyes. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The East Wave sovereign did indeed look like a sovereign who loved his people like his own children. Moreover, it was so sincere that he couldn't find any fault with it. Yi Qing Luo didn't have any antipathy towards him. However, she could not understand, how could a ruler with such a good character have such a retarded sister? Miss Yi, I know, there is some conflict between you and my sister. East Billow's monarch could tell what Yi Qing Luo was thinking about, that child. Since young, she and I are not close at all. It's the Empress Dowager who pampered her so much that she was out of control, that's why she became such a joke. East Wave's monarch slowly stood up as he solemnly looked at Yi Qing Luo, cupped his fists and bowed towards her. Chapter 3180. Gu Ming was obviously stunned by the East Wave monarch's actions. He stared blankly at the East Wave monarch who was apologizing sincerely. While he was stunned, he felt that this was the right thing to do. After all, the only person who could help them and protect their continent was only Yi Qing Luo. Yi Qing Luo was astonished by the East Wave monarch's actions. This monarch was indeed sincere and a wise monarch, and a good brother. At least, after knowing that his sister had done wrong, he would think of a corresponding way to change his sister, and not indulge her, or spoil her, thinking that his sister was not wrong. The East Wave monarch's explanation made Yi Qing Luo have a better impression of him. Just as Yi Qing Luo was rubbing her chin and thinking about these thoughts, suddenly he heard a putong sound beside his ear. Yi Qing Luo regained her senses and saw the East Wave monarch kneeling in front of her. To tell the truth, although she had been in this strange world for a long time, but towards this habit of kneeling at the slightest disagreement, Yi Qing Luo was still unable to accept it. To make a country's monarch bow and apologize was already sincere enough. And now, to make a country's monarch kneel in front of her? Yi Qing Luo swiftly stood up and with a wave of her sleeves, she used profound chi to support the East Wave monarch up. What are you doing? This is not only. I am apologizing on behalf of Nua, but also on behalf of all the people in the East Wave continent. I am pleading for Monsieur's help. The East Wave monarch's knees were supported by profound chi and he was unable to kneel down. But his eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Yi Qing Luo. If Miss Yi can save the East Wave continent, I am willing to abdicate and give the East Wave continent to Miss Yi. This sentence not only made Yi Qing Luo stunned. Gu Ming, who was standing by the side, was also shocked speechless. Give the East Wave continent to Yi Qing Luo? Which meant that he intended to pass the position of East Wave monarch to Yi Qing Luo? Yi Qing Luo opened her mouth and was stunned for some time before she opened her mouth hesitantly. If you give me the position of monarch, then what's the point of asking me to save the East Wave continent? The East Wave monarch said word by word, I only hope that the people in the East Wave continent will be safe and that will be enough. From the eyes of the East Wave sovereign, Yi Qing Luo couldn't tell that it was fake at all. After some time, Yi Qing Luo's lips curled as she revealed a smile. You're a good monarch and also a good brother. On account of your face, I will not haggle over the things that Lan Ling Nua had done in the past. The East Wave sovereign's face lit up with joy. So Lady Yi has agreed, but... Yi Qing Luo's next two words made the East Wave monarch's expression congeal. Yi Qing Luo's gaze swept between him and Gu Ming, East Continent. I don't need it. Then what does Lady Night need? The East Wave sovereign asked cautiously. Yi Qing Luo continued to smile. What I need, the East Wave monarch should be very clear. The East Wave sovereign's expression changed slightly, and he was immediately stunned. The expression on his face also became serious. He lowered his head. The sacred beast pearl is the ancestral treasure of the 4 major sections. Even if I ask, the sect master of the Jade Dome sect won't give me the sacred beast pearl. Yes, what Yi Qing Luo wanted was only the sacred beast pearl. Although they didn't know. What did Yi Qing Luo want the sacred beast pearl for? But they could tell. Chapter 3181. But the sacred beast pearl had always been the heirloom of the 4 great sects. How would Jade Dome sect's sovereign hand over the Azure Dragon Pearl so easily? I'm just borrowing it, I will definitely return it in the future. Yi Qing Luo smiled faintly as she looked at Gu Ming in an unhurried manner. Since Sovereign Gu is willing to use the Vermilion Bird Pearl to make a deal with me, I believe Jade Dome sect's sovereign isn't a fool. East Wave Monarch clenched his fists tightly with a difficult expression. I believe that East Wave Monarch will definitely be able to help me borrow the Azure Dragon Pearl. Yi Qing Luo smiled slightly. I still have something on, so I'll head to the main hall first. Both of you take your time to chat. Perhaps the both of them indeed had some private matters to discuss. The both of them didn't stop her. Yi Qing Luo took elegant steps as she left the backyard and turned towards the main hall. Just as she turned the corner, she met with a pair of beautiful eyes which were as calm as an ancient well. That Lolita's face reflected into Yi Qing Luo's eyes. The girl in front of her was dressed in a pink long dress with 2 fluffy little pink balls hanging down from her shoulders. No matter how she looked, she was so cute. But this Lolita's adorable face had no expression at all. Her entire person was like a marionette, empty and soulless. Shadow? Yi Qing Luo was shocked as she turned her head towards the backyard and looked at the girl in front of her. When did you come over? Since the beginning. Mo Yu Ying's voice was flat as she replied word by word as her eyes looked at Yi Qing Luo. I heard everything. Yi Qing Luo stretched out her arm and hugged Mo Yu Ying's shoulders as her little hand pinched her face. Seeing that Mo Yu Ying's face was pinched with some redness and there were some excess emotions, she then stopped. Don't let the brothers know about this matter. What matter? Mo Yu Ying was expressionless as she allowed Yi Qing Luo to ravage her before she opened her mouth expressionlessly. Pausing for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something as she spoke word by word like a robot. Oh, I know, you're referring to the matter regarding the sacred beast pearl, am I right? Yi Qing Luo pinched her face again. Right, it's about the sacred beast bead. According to your personality, you admire the actions of the East Wave Sovereign. You will help the East Wave continent unconditionally. Mo Yu Ying looked at her in a daze. Why did you ask the East Wave Sovereign to ask for the Azure Dragon Pearl? My shadow understands me so well? Yi Qing Luo's lips curled into a smile. What you said is right, I will indeed go to the East Continent. Even if the East Wave Sovereign did not bring the Green Dragon Pearl to her, she would also help the East Wave Continent. It was not just because she admired the East Wave Sovereign. Then she would go and help the East Wave Continent fight a war. Most importantly, the faction that had to contribute to the East Water Continent was the Gloomy Palace. How could she allow the Palace of Gloomy Darkness to strengthen itself? Once the secluded Darkness Palace conquered the East Continent as well. Next, this was the Western Continent. Yi Fengyu had just become the sect leader of the Three Springs sect not long ago. The battle had started so early. If she couldn't make it back to the West Continent in time, that would be terrible. No matter what, she had to go to the Eastern Continent to stop the Palace of Gloomy Darkness's plot. Mo Yu Ying's beautiful eyes blinked. Oh, I know. You intentionally asked the East Wave Sovereign to help you ask for the Azure Dragon Pearl. Yes. Yi Qing Luo admitted frankly, if I can borrow it, then I can save the time to look for Jade Dome sect leader. If I can't, then I'll go to the East Wave continent and think of another way. Chapter 3182. About this. Yi Qing Luo's pupils rolled as she thought about how to explain. Then she heard Mo Yu Ying's emotionless voice rang. You want to gather the 4 sacred beast pearls and you want to go to the upper realm, am I right? It was obviously a question. But when she said it, it was an extremely calm tone. Yi Qing Luo's eyelashes trembled. She was somewhat shocked that Mo Yu Ying actually knew the use of the 4 sacred beast pearls. But very quickly she understood. Mo Yu Ying was the island sage of Godless Island. Although Godless Island was in Nirvana Realm's territory, but it was after all a place which had exceeded Nirvana Realm and existed in another plane. Mo Yu Ying was clear about the use of the 4 sacred beast pearls was a very normal thing. She didn't deny it as she raised her eyes and looked at Mo Ying. You will help me keep this a secret, right? You want to abandon us. Mo Ying's emotionless face revealed a sliver of extremely shallow emotions. That stiff slender brows on her face started to knit together bit by bit. I'm not abandoning you. Yiqing Luo shook her head as the hand which was placed on Mo Ying's shoulder slightly exerted force. I have my reasons to go to the upper realm, and I also believe that my brothers are able to head to the upper realm. Mo Ying's empty beautiful eyes fixed on Yiqing Luo's. It's very difficult. Yiqing Luo understood the meaning in her words. The brothers in the world group had gone through this period of training and their abilities had indeed improved very quickly. But if they were to head to the upper realm? To them it was extremely difficult. Even she herself. She who had all sorts of cheats, needed to rely on the 4 sacred beast pearls to head to the upper realm, not to mention the brothers in the world group. Actually, I've already thought about it, but... Yiqing Luo took a deep breath. After we gather the 4 sacred beast pearls and open the transportation door to the upper realm, I will personally tell everyone. She paused as her hands placed on Mo Ying's shoulders as she looked at Mo Ying seriously. I will first head to the upper realm to scout, and by then I will give my brothers 3 months' time. If anyone's profound grade is able to reach sky profound grade within these 3 months, I will bring him to the upper realm. Then I can go with you right now. Mo Ying said woodenly. Yiqing Luo rubbed her head. You can't go, you're Godless Island's island sage. With you around, Godless Island wouldn't dare to act rashly. Mo Ying pursed her lips, not saying a word. Don't forget, Godless Island and Gloomy Palace are also working together. Yiqing Luo pinched her little face. It's because I trust you that I hand my brothers over to you for protection. If you stay behind to protect them, then I can go to the upper realm with peace of mind, isn't it? Yu Ming, Yuan, Ghost Hand 5 Nether and the others had also worked with Godless Island before. Previously, Godless Island's previous young island master island Lord Island Yi Gan had purposely disguised as Shishang Lan and mixed in with the world group. This was controlled by Ghost Hand 5 Nether. Now Mo Ying's identity as the island sage had been exposed. As for Godless Island, even if he wanted to make a move, he would have to go through Mo Ying. Then I'll stay. Mo Ying stiffened her neck and nodded. Following that, she used that pair of emotionless beautiful eyes to stare straight at Yiqing Luo. Speaking of Gloomy Palace, will you really help East Continent unconditionally? Don't forget, in North Continent, during Sect Master Yin's birthday banquet, Lanling Nua had Yuhan as her personal guard. East Continent had a high possibility of working together with Ghost Hand 5 Nether. Chapter 3183. Lanling Nua is working with Yuhan. This point Yiqing Luo could confirm. If the East Wave Sovereign was truly working with the Palace of Gloomy Darkness, he wouldn't have personally come to the South Wave Continent to beg her when the people of the South Wave Continent were in dire straits. His performance could not be faked. As for Lanling Nua, he was just a chess piece of the Nether Palace. Do you want to kill her? Mo Ying said word by word. No need. Yiqing Luo shook her head. Let Peach send someone to keep an eye on her. If Lanling Nua still doesn't learn to be obedient, then there's no need to be soft-hearted. After all, if the East Wave Sovereign really gave her the Green Dragon Pearl, it would be impossible for her to do so. In exchange for Lanling Nua's life, it was not impossible. Yiqing Luo's lips curled upwards as she revealed a radiant smile. Both her arms were wrapped around Mo Ying's neck as she bent down slightly to look at Mo Ying at the same level. Alright little shadow, don't think too much. Counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. You must believe in your sister Qing Luo's ability. Mo Ying stared at her and frowned. It's not elder sister. I'm older than you. Yiqing Luo pinched her face. I'm 17. Mo Ying said each word slowly. Yiqing Luo, with this Lolita face it was really hard to tell her age. On the outside, Mo Ying looked like a 12 to 13-year-old girl. 17. She was only 15. Yiqing Luo silently turned her head away and changed the topic. Let's go take a look at our brothers. I wonder if Xian is back yet. Time passed and soon night fell. Mo Xian had yet to return. Yiqing Luo stood at the entrance of the inn, her slender brows knitted into a bundle. Although he was very confident in Mo Xian's strength. However, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. She gripped her glowing fan tightly. All along, did Xian watch her fight with this kind of emotion? No. At that time, Xian must have been even more flustered than she was now. Xian's strength was unparalleled. As for her, his strength was far less than 1/10 of Xian's. Are you still waiting for His Majesty? Tang Beiyuan walked up from behind. Yi Qing Luo glanced sideways at her and looked towards the direction of the city gate. He didn't mention when he would be back? No. Tang Beiyuan walked to her side and patted her shoulder gently. Don't worry, Dizun will be fine. Yi Qing Luo's hands were clasped together, her slender fingers intertwined. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips turned white. I know, I just can't control my worry. Yi Qing Luo sighed softly. Xian is very powerful, but the Palace of Gloom is too sinister and cunning. I'm afraid they will use underhanded means. I won't. Tang Beiyuan pointed at the profound phoenix ring on her finger. As long as the Dizun is in the Nirvana realm, the profound phoenix ring will react if he is tricked. Yi Qing Luo lowered her eyes as her fingertips gently touched the profound phoenix ring. The profound phoenix ring was still as calm as ever. There was no sign of anything happening. She clenched her hands. Yes. Do you want to take a rest first? When His Majesty returns, he will definitely go to your room to see you first, Tang Beiyuan said. Yi Qing Luo shook her head. I want to wait for him. Tang Beiyuan's eyes were filled with envy as the smile on her lips became gentler. I'm obviously here to comfort you. Why am I being fed a mouthful of dog food out of nowhere? Chapter 3184. Yi Qing Luo continued to stand at the entrance. Yan Shaoyi brought over a wooden chair with a backrest and carried it to the entrance. Don't stand there in a daze, go sit at one side. Saying that, she placed the wooden chair behind the door on the right side of the inn. Don't you know that you're now the worship target of the soldiers? How much pressure do you have to stand at the entrance? Yi Qing Luo. Standing at the entrance could give them pressure? Yan Shaoyi pulled her and pressed her onto the wooden chair. Your imposing manner is too strong, not to mention the soldiers, even I am afraid. Yi Qing Luo rolled her eyes at her. This tone, this action of pulling her onto the wooden chair without any explanation. She really couldn't tell that Yan Shaoyi was a little afraid of her. Just wait here slowly, I won't comfort you. Yan Shaoyi smiled as she patted Yi Qing Luo's shoulder. I've seen the outcome of Beiyuan consoling you. Although I have slut gene, but in terms of PDA skills, I'm not as good as you, so I won't seek abuse. Saying that, Yan Shaoyi waved her hand and entered the inn. Yi Qing Luo. Plastic Brotherhood. But it was because of Tang Beiyuan and Yan Shaoyi, this gentle and overbearing concern, which made Yi Qing Luo's mood relaxed. She leaned against the chair, not knowing how long she had waited. It was until a tall and burly figure walked out from the inn, breaking the silence. Imperial Madam. Grand General cupped his hands towards her. Sovereign would like to invite you to the backyard for a gathering. Backyard? Yi Qing Luo raised her brows. Sovereign Gu hasn't left yet? Grand General replied. Sovereign had already left in the afternoon and just rushed over, asking me to look for Imperial Madam. Yi Qing Luo narrowed her eyes. Could it be? Was he going to give her a reply regarding the Azure Dragon Pearl? Yi Qing Luo stood up. I'll go over now. She took a look at the direction of the city gate. Following that, she retracted her gaze and strode into the inn. Yan Shaoyi was nestled in Xiao Jin's arms, sitting by the counter, grinding the medicinal herbs. Hearing that, Yan Shaoyi raised her eyes and smiled. Not waiting for the overlord? Wait for me, I'll be right back. Yi Qing Luo said and walked towards the backyard. Behind him, Yan Shaoyi's ridiculing voice could be faintly heard. Can you even substitute for waiting for your own man? Aren't you afraid that my slut Jean will be jealous? I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous. I'll wait with you. Yi Qing Luo, damn it. Showing off to dogs. Yi Qing Luo expressed that she couldn't hear anything as she walked into the backyard and isolated their voices behind her ears. He stepped into the backyard and walked for a while. Gu Ming was sitting at the original place, and when he saw Yi Qing Luo coming, he immediately stood up to welcome her. Yi Qing Luo's vision fell onto another figure. The person sitting beside Gu Ming was not the East Wave Sovereign that he had seen in the afternoon. Instead, it was another person who was obviously plump. Yi Qing Luo raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Ming in confusion. Gu Ming hurriedly welcomed Yi Qing Luo over. Miss Yi, this is the sect master of East Continent's Jade Dome sect, Hao Nanren, Brother Hao. The East Wave Sovereign has already told Brother Hao about Lady Knight's request today. Brother Hao wishes to personally meet Lady Knight and discuss the cooperation with her. Hao Nanren? This name. Really elegant and refined. But, looking at the green circles under his eyes, he was obviously a cultivator, but his legs were weak. This was obviously excessive. How was this a good man? He was more like a scum. Chapter 3185. Gu Ming smiled. Brother Hao, this is West Continent's heroine, Three Springs Sect 7th Miss Yiqing Luo. Three Springs Sect. Hao Nanren's face sunk slightly as he squinted his eyes, filled with suspicion. I have heard rumors about Yiqing Luo, but rumors are after all rumors. When Gu Ming heard this, the expression on his face immediately changed. He was about to stop him. But Hao Nanren interrupted. Yiqing Luo looks like she's only 14 or 15 years old. Can she really defeat the secluded palace and deal with the monsters sent by them? As he said that, he looked towards Gu Ming. Brother Gu, have you been cheated? Brother Hao. Gu Ming's face turned steely as he shouted at Hao Nanren. What do you mean? You said you want to see the expert who can save South Continent. If you don't want Yiqing Luo to help East Continent, then please leave. Gu Ming was really annoyed. Hao Nanren then restrained the arrogance on his face as he smiled and put his hand on Gu Ming's shoulder. This is also a reasonable guess. This lady looks so young, how do you expect me to believe? Hao Nanren hadn't finished his words. Suddenly he let out a short shriek. Gu Ming only felt a gust of cold wind on his cheek. Then he saw Hao Nanren, who had his arm around his shoulder just a moment ago, suddenly fly backward. A remnant wave of profound energy stayed by his side. Gu Ming's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He didn't need to guess to know. This was definitely Yiqing Luo's doing. This speed. Neither of the two of them had noticed it. In fact, they had even managed to react to it. Especially, Hao Nanren was at least 70 to 80 kilograms. But he was easily thrown to the ground by Yiqing Luo. Bang. It hurts. Hao Nanren sat on the ground, the fats on his body were trembling. His features were twisted in pain as he stared at Yiqing Luo malevolently. You slut, how dare you hit me? Hao Nanren's voice just ended. In front of him, an afterimage suddenly floated. That plump neck was tightly gripped by a slender fair hand. That finger was ice-cold and bone-chilling. He even used a bit of strength. Hao Nanren struggled for a while, but he couldn't break free from the grip of these hands. Missy, please have mercy, have mercy. Gu Ming immediately pleaded and rushed forward. Brother Hao. Ahem, the sect master of the Jade Dome sect is just, Gu Ming racked his brains to think of an excuse for Hao Nanren. Even the way Gu Ming addressed Hao Nanren had changed. He was indirectly distancing himself from Hao Nanren. Hao Nanren wanted to die. He didn't want to. The South Water Continent still needed Miss Yi and Di Zun's help. Naturally it was impossible to offend Yiqing Luo because of Hao Nanren. Hao Nanren was so scared that his face turned pale as he trembled and stared at Yiqing Luo. You, let go of me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Yiqing Luo didn't think much of it and lowered her gaze slightly. Hao Nanren's eyes widened as he stared at her beautiful face. Hao Nanren was so mesmerized by this beauty that he lost his soul for a moment. But a burst of intense pain on his neck made him regain his senses. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Don't you want the Azure Dragon Pearl if you dare to kill me? You will never get the Azure Dragon Pearl for the rest of your life. Dong. A sound of a heavy object landing on the ground was heard. Hao Nanren's plump body landed heavily on the ground. He sat on the ground on his butt. Chapter 3186. Hao Nanren grimaced in pain. His entire face looked extremely comical. He angrily stood up from the ground and looked extremely embarrassed. Little bitch. Let me tell you, you can forget about getting the Azure Dragon Pearl from me. The anger in Hao Nanren's heart was surging up. Damn little slut. She was the one who begged him for the heirloom treasure of the Jade Dome sect. How dare they treat him like this? Initially he was still thinking that such a beautiful young lady, if she was willing to spend a night with him. Moreover, the monarch had made a promise. It was not impossible for him to lend the Azure Dragon Pearl to this girl. But this girl really didn't know what was good for her. Hao Nanren clenched his fists, turned around and walked away. There's no room for negotiation. Brother Hao. Jade Dome sect master. Gu Ming hurriedly went up to stop him as he looked at Yiqing Luo awkwardly. Young Miss Yi, please don't be calculative, I'll go and stop him right now. No need. Yiqing Luo lightly spat out 2 words. He successfully stopped Gu Ming's footsteps. It also stopped Hao Nanren in his tracks. Hao Nanren clutched his neck as he looked at Yiqing Luo with a steely green expression. Not stopping him? Did she really not want the Azure Dragon Pearl anymore? Gu Ming thought so too. He hurriedly said, Miss Yi, the sect master of the Jade Dome sect, has no ill intentions. He just hasn't seen you before, so he doesn't know your strength. Yiqing Luo raised her brows slightly, her long and narrow eyes hooked into a slender arc. Never seen before? You don't know? Could it be that the sect master of the Jade Dome sect didn't know the cause and effect from you and the East Wave Sovereign before coming? All of Gu Ming's words were stuck in his throat. He could not refute that. Yiqing Luo continued to laugh lightly. Since Jade Dome sect's sovereign is willing to rush over from East Tide Continent to South Tide Continent, then you naturally understand the implications and consequences of this matter. But Jade Dome sect's sovereign still doubted my ability. Then isn't this considered as doubting your and East Tide Monarch's foresight? Gu Ming's mouth moved, but he couldn't say a word. If Jade Dome sect's sect master wishes to leave, then scram on your own. Yiqing Luo looked askance at Hao Nanren with a smile which didn't look like a smile, but in between her brows, there was a chilly intent. Hao Nanren was so angry that his face turned pale. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. Did she really think of herself as a savior? Beg her? Dream on. Hao Nanren was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He strode towards the back door of the backyard. Gu Ming's face was in a dilemma. His vision kept shifting between Yiqing Luo and Hao Nanren, as he anxiously walked back and forth. Hao Nanren's figure was about to disappear around the corner. Gu Ming slapped his arm and chased after him. Brother Hao, don't be so impulsive. You came all the way here from the East Billow continent because you believed me in the East Billow sovereign, right? What are you doing now? Gu Ming persuaded him with kind words. Hao Nanren was stopped and thought that it was Yiqing Luo who hinted Gu Ming to chase up. He became even more confident and the expression on his face became even more arrogant. I'm here to give you and the sovereign face. That little bitch is so arrogant. She doesn't even put us two sect masters in her eyes. Right now what she wants is our sacred beast orb. Who knows, in the future she might even want the position of our sect master. Gu Ming's lips twitched. The East Billow sovereign had personally said that he wanted to offer the position of East Billow continent's monarch directly to Yiqing Luo, but was rejected by her. Although the status of the four great sects as compared to the royal family was much higher. Chapter 3187. Brother Hao. Gu Ming took a deep breath and did not continue to dissuade him. His voice sank. You really don't want to cooperate? Hao Nanren was sensitive to Gu Ming's emotional changes. His fat face trembled. His eyes narrowed into slits, concealing the scheming in his eyes. Since he was willing to come to the South Billow continent, he naturally had the intention to cooperate. If the East Wave Sovereign agreed to his requests, the Jade Dome sect would become the #1 force in the East Wave continent. The Eastwater royal family was no longer able to contain the Jade Dome sect. As for the Azure Dragon Pearl, although it was the heirloom of the Jade Dome sect, it was not a treasure. But after all, no one knew what it was for. It was better to lend it out for a period of time in exchange for the future of the Jade Dome sect. At that time, he was not afraid that he would not be able to get the Azure Dragon Pearl back after lending it out. But Yiqing Luo's attitude made him unable to lower his face. To Hao Nanren's knowledge, he felt that Yiqing Luo had asked the East Wave Monarch to beg him. It was Yiqing Luo who wanted the Green Dragon Pearl. That Yiqing Luo should lower her voice. Or she should pay something to gain his favor. Hao Nanren put on a straight face as his brows creased tightly and his suspicious gaze shot towards Yiqing Luo's direction. Brother Gu, you trust her so much? How could a little girl like her deal with monsters from the Palace of Gloomy Darkness? Against the entire Palace of Gloomy Darkness? Also, who can be sure that the next target of the secluded Darkness Palace will be the East Continent? This sentence successfully made Gu Ming's face darken. As it turned out, if secluded Darkness Palace's target really wasn't the East Wave Continent, was Hao Nanren going to sit back and do nothing? Was he going to allow the Netherworld Palace to annex the South Waves continent? Hao Nanren still didn't know what was wrong with his words. He continued to sneer. If the Palace of Gloomy Darkness doesn't attack the East Continent, wouldn't my Green Dragon Pearl be wasted? Besides, what if she can't deal with the monsters from the Palace of Darkness at all? Wouldn't I lose more than I gain? Hao Nanren didn't know what was good for him and his words were getting more and more outrageous. Gu Ming's face darkened. As for Hao Nanren, he had no intention of befriending him. Such a short-sighted and selfish sect master. Sooner or later, the Eastwater continent would be destroyed in his hands. Make friends with Hao Nanren. Who knows, it would also harm the Wind Valley sect. Brother Gu, for the sake of the fact that we are both sect masters, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't try anything you can find in a desperate situation and place all your hopes on a little girl. Hao Nanren sneered, you might as well beg me instead of a little girl. Who knows? My Jade Dome sect might even be able to help you defeat the Gloomy Palace. Hao Nanren's words completely destroyed the relationship between him and Gu Ming. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He originally wanted to say that the powerhouse behind Yiqing Luo was the Imperial Palace. Now it seemed that it was better not to say it. Since the sect master of the Jade Dome sect doesn't want to cooperate with Lady Yi, I won't force you. Gu Ming's face was ice cold as he lightly said, I still have something to discuss with Miss Yi, so I won't keep you any longer. With that, Gu Ming turned around and left. Hao Nanren was startled and his eyes widened. Brother Gu, what do you mean? Gu Ming didn't even turn his head. Take care, I won't see you off. Good. Hao Nanren's face turned gloomy as his chest heaved up and down violently. You insist on being on the same side as that little slut. I'm telling you, don't regret it. Chapter 3188. After a round of scolding. Gu Ming didn't even turn his head back as he walked straight ahead. Good Gu Ming, I call you Brother Gu, that's giving you face. Just based on the current situation in South Continent. Your so-called Wind Valley sect is already dead in name. Do you really think you're somebody? I'll see how you get killed by those bunch of monsters from Secluded Palace. I'll see how you push South Continent towards destruction. Gu Ming roared at the top of his voice. That voice could be heard by everyone in the backyard. Yiqing Luo naturally heard it clearly. But even if Hao Nanren didn't intentionally increase his tone, as a profound cultivator, she could hear their conversation from the start to the end. After all, those two didn't have any intention to hide anything. Furthermore, Hao Nanren was obviously doing it on purpose, to let Yiqing Luo hear his scolding. This was also to pass on to Yiqing Luo the matter of him and Gu Ming's talks falling apart. Hao Nanren thought that Yiqing Luo was determined to get his Azure Dragon Pearl, so naturally she couldn't bear for him to leave. Now that Gu Ming and his talks had fallen apart, Yiqing Luo would definitely come over to salvage the situation. Hao Nanren had already calculated in his heart. As long as Yiqing Luo showed weakness, he would be merciful and forgive her. But Gu Ming dared to give him that attitude. Yiqing Luo wanted the Azure Dragon Pearl, then she could not cooperate with Gu Ming. He, the sect master of Jade Sky sect and the sect master of Wind Valley sect who was about to perish. Anyone would know that they should choose to cooperate. Hao Nanren was full of confidence as he looked at Gu Ming's back view. His eyes were filled with malicious intent. How would Gu Ming not understand Hao Nanren's intention? His straight back had a moment of stiffness. The expression on his face had some changes. Sect Master Gu. Yiqing Luo's melodious voice rang, interrupting Gu Ming's slightly stunned emotions. Gu Ming raised his eyes and took a look at Yiqing Luo. His heart suddenly tightened as he walked over. Miss Yi, I'm sorry. I couldn't make him stay. Yiqing Luo's narrow long eyes were frivolous as she smiled warmly. I didn't ask you to make him stay. Gu Ming looked up in astonishment. I don't like to force things. Since he doesn't want to cooperate with me, then forget it. Yiqing Luo smiled disapprovingly. But Gu Ming frowned and said hesitantly, how are we going to explain to the East Wave Sovereign? Does Miss Yi really not want that Azure Dragon Pearl anymore? When Gu Ming asked this question, his expression changed. Far away at the corner, Hao Nanren's eyes lit up as he waited for Yiqing Luo to give him a way out. But the next moment, the young girl's clear and sweet voice, which was like a pearl falling on a plate, entered his ears at a steady pace. Yes, of course. She paused. The smile on Hao Nanren's face widened. He was already in position with his hands behind his back and his big belly sticking out. Then the young girl's voice sounded again. However, I will wait for him to offer up the Azure Dragon Pearl with both hands and cry for me to save him. Hao Nanren's arrogant smile froze on his face. Bit by bit, it became gloomy and dark. His eyes shot out an ominous glint as he stared fiercely at Yiqing Luo. Cry and beg you? Dream on. Yiqing Luo slowly raised her head. Tens of meters away. Yiqing Luo's chilly gaze was like a bone-piercing cold sharp blade, fiercely slicing onto Hao Nanren's body. The corners of her mouth curled up into an extremely faint but extremely evil smile. She just stared straight at Hao Nanren. Chapter 3189. Hao Nanren was so angry that his face turned green. He flicked his sleeve. The fat on his body shook as he walked towards the corner. After turning the corner, he deliberately slowed down his pace. With the speed of a tortoise, he moved about a dozen steps. He still hadn't heard Yi Qing Luo's flustered intention of rushing over to stop him. It was only then that Hao Nanren believed Yi Qing Luo really didn't want his cooperation. It was also true that he had no intention of keeping him. No matter how Hao Nanren felt in his heart, he wanted to turn back and pass the Azure Dragon Pearl to Yi Qing Luo. But his dignity as the sect master of the Jade Dome sect would never allow him to lower his head to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Sooner or later they would regret offending him. Hao Nanren clenched his fists and left without looking back. Beside the stone table in the backyard, Yi Qing Luo's ears moved slightly. She was sure that Hao Nanren's footsteps were far away. Only then did she fix her gaze on Gu Ming. "Miss Yi." Gu Ming looked guilty and said, "I'm sorry for making things difficult for you." "Don't worry." Yi Qing Luo waved her hand. "You don't have to take this matter to heart. The reason why he's so proud and complacent now is because he hasn't suffered any pain or setbacks." As she spoke, the corners of her lips curled upwards, looking extremely devilish. "I don't need a month's time. He will be crying and begging me. However, at that time, it won't be as simple as a green dragon pearl." Gu Ming was startled. The scene of the South Tide continent being plunged into misery and suffering instantly appeared in his mind. He understood the meaning behind Yi Qing Luo's words. If it was him instead. If it wasn't for the fact that the South Waves continent had already been reduced to a scene of misery and suffering, with only Valley Wind City still standing guard. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to so easily. He took out the Vermilion Bird Pearl and made a deal with Yi Qing Luo. Yi Qing Luo wanted to wait till the East continent was also invaded by the secluded palace. And at that time, Hao Nanren had a taste of what those monsters had brought. He would definitely regret it. Seeking help from Yi Qing Luo. In other words, did Yi Qing Luo really intend to not help East continent anymore? Gu Ming really wanted to ask. But upon seeing Yi Qing Luo's pair of raised eyes, all his words were stuck in his throat. This was what was known as an aura. Yi Qing Luo saw through Gu Ming's thoughts with just one look. The smile on her face deepened. Her long and narrow eyes curved into a demonic posture. "Sect Master Gu, you should rest early. Who knows? The people from the Palace of Seclusion might launch a surprise attack. You are the spiritual pillar of the soldiers, and you are also the only person in the South Tide continent who can shoulder great responsibilities. Don't let these insignificant matters affect you." Gu Ming cupped his hands and nodded. After settling the matters here, Yi Qing Luo only wanted to hurry to the door and wait for Dmo Shen's return. He had only taken a few steps. Yi Qing Luo suddenly thought of something. She stopped, came back to her senses and looked at Gu Ming. "By the way, Lord Gu, may I ask, where is your son Gu Jingyu Gu?" At the mention of Gu Jingyu, Gu Ming's complexion changed slightly. When Tang Beiyuan, the master of the Imperial Palace's refining hall, who was also Di Zun's right-hand man, brought Gu Jingyu back to the Wind Valley sect, Gu Ming had already understood most of the situation. His son, trying to snatch Di Zun's woman, the Overlord's woman, wasn't it Yi Qing Luo? Chapter 3190. Gu Ming's tone was sincere. But in his words, it was obvious that he was worried about Gu Jingyu. He was afraid that Yi Qing Luo would be infuriated because of Gu Jingyu and wanted to teach him a lesson. Sect Master Gu need not be nervous. Young Master Gu is considered as my savior, and if we can be friends, I will be very happy. Yi Qing Luo smiled. "Help me send my regards to young Master Gu." After that, she waved her hand and left the rear courtyard. Stepping into the main hall, he saw Yen Xiaoyi looking around with a shifty look on her face. After seeing Yi Qing, Yen Xiaoyi's brows rose as she laughed in ridicule. "Qing Luo, why is Sect Master Gu looking for you? The smile, why does it look kind of creepy? Just say what you want to say, don't use this kind of expression to look at me." Yi Qing Luo flipped her hand and knocked lightly on Yen Xiaoyi's head. Yen Xiaoyi hugged her head and took a few steps back. On his face there was still that sneaky smile. "Qing Luo, what did you and Sect Master Gu discuss about? Did you ask him about young Master Gu?" Yi Qing Luo's slender brows creased. Looking at Yen Xiaoyi's increasingly crafty smile, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Yi Qing Luo was about to turn around. Suddenly a cool breeze blew toward him. The cool breeze was mixed with the elegant scent of sandalwood, seeping into the nose. Yi Qing Luo's heart, which was still feeling lucky, suddenly sunk. F***ck. It was true, what a coincidence. Not waiting for Yi Qing Luo to turn the escape plan in her mind into reality. A strong and powerful arm wrapped around her slender waist. His slender and fair palm grasped her abdomen and suddenly exerted force. Yi Qing Luo's petite body was brought into a broad embrace. In front of Yi Qing Luo's eyes, she was only able to catch a glimpse of a piece of shimmering purple flowing cloud, like a light cloud passing by. That elegant sandalwood fragrance was getting thicker and thicker in the air. Her heart was perturbed. Vaguely he felt a little excited. It's him, Dmo Xian was back. He came back safely. Little Luo, haven't you been bitterly waiting for my return? Why do you want to run away the moment you see me? Beside her ears was a man's mellow and husky voice, very charming. Her voice was clearly gentle. But Yi Qing Luo could tell that under that gentleness, there was a faint intention to settle scores. Yi Qing Luo's hand was placed on the back of the man's hand, secretly exerting strength, trying to pry open the man's hand around her waist, while giving a dry laugh. How could it be? When did I want to escape? As she spoke, she glared at Yan Xiaoyi. It must be this lass who had told him about her sitting at the entrance waiting for Dmo Xian. Yan Xiaoyi blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. Why are you glaring at me? You were indeed waiting for the overlord to come back. You were sitting at the entrance of the inn like a stone gazing at your husband. You're still talking. Yi Qing Luo was exasperated as she gritted her teeth. Yan Xiaoyi, do you feel that you don't have any dirt on you and want me to tell Jinzi? Yan Xiaoyi looked at the roof and shook her head as she walked. The sun is really big today, I'm going out to bask in the sun. Looking at Yan Xiaoyi's departing back view, Yi Qing Luo clenched her fists tightly. Bask in the sun for what? It's nighttime now. How's nighttime? Can you be more attentive in finding excuses? But Yi Qing Luo was filled with the impulse to beat Yan Xiaoyi up, but it was suppressed by the faint chill emitted from the man behind her. The man's hand tightened even more. Chapter 3191. Lil Luo, you've waited for me for so long? It's been hard on you. He pressed his lips against the back of her neck. The girl's skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding soldiers who were recuperating turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. However, from the corners of their eyes, they stole glances at him. It was very obvious. Yi Qing Luo cleared her throat and continued to laugh dryly. Xian, it's been hard on you. You've been running around outside for an entire day, you must be tired. Hurry back to your room to rest. As she spoke, she used all her strength to pry open the hand on her waist. This time it was easy. He only used a little bit of force. The man's large palm had already left Yi Qing Luo's waist. Yi Qing Luo's eyes lit up slightly as she speedily moved her body, trying to escape. But in the next instant, she felt her body lighten. Then his feet hovered in the air. She was firmly held in Dmo Xian's arms. Lil Luo is right. We should return to our room and have a good rest. Yi Qing Luo. What she said was obviously to let him go back to his room to rest. Wasn't he going to bring her along? However, no matter how Yi Qing Luo struggled in her heart to reject. In the end, she was still unable to resist and was brought back to the room by Dmo Xian. As soon as the door to their room was closed, the entire hall was filled with laughter. It was said that Di Zun and Di Madam loved each other very much. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. However, in this relaxed and joyful atmosphere, no one noticed. The few of them who were recuperating by the corner stared at the direction of Yi Qing Luo and Dmo Xian's room. The expressions on their faces were cold and solemn. The door was slammed shut with a pa sound. Yi Qing Luo struggled in his arms. Dmo Xian, don't mess around. Let's talk business, talk business. Dmo Xian's thin lips curled up slightly, his long and narrow peach blossom eyes drooped down, revealing an indescribable devilish charm. I'm talking business with you right now. He circled around her and slowly walked to the bed. Yi Qing Luo saw that bed and her cheeks flushed red. What kind of proper business is this? Dmo Xian's smile became even more alluring. He slowly sat on the edge of the bed. His long, slender legs were under the bed. Then, he placed the girl in his arms on his lap. His two hands were still tightly encircling her. This posture. Yi Qing Luo was facing Dmo Xian and could clearly see his expression. Yi Qing Luo hooked his shoulder with one hand, maintaining her body's balance. Little Luo's heart is still thinking about that young master from Wind Valley sect? Dmo Xian lifted her chin as he asked with a soft chuckle. That laughter was obviously very gloomy. Yi Qing Luo's expression stiffened. You really? heard the conversation between her and Gu Ming. What a coincidence. He didn't ask Gu Ming about Gu Jingyu's situation in the morning. He didn't ask in the afternoon either. Why did she have to be caught red-handed by Diamo Xian when she asked at night? Could they still play happily? One had to know. The man was jealous. That was simply childish to the point of being unable to be ridiculed. Not speaking? Don't tell me you're feeling guilty? The man's voice became deeper and deeper. It was so low that Yi Qing Luo's little heart was thumping heavily along with every word he said. Guilty my ass. Yi Qing Luo flung away the man's fingers, raised her head and bit his chin fiercely. What's so good about being jealous of an unimportant person? Chapter 3192. I don't care about him. Yi Qing Luo shrank back when she saw the man's gloomy expression. After all, you asked Beiyuan to personally send him back to the Wind Valley sect. This isn't an honor for the Wind Valley sect, it's a disaster. I really admire Sect Master Gu's character, so I just want to ask him what he thinks about Gu Jingyu, and if it will affect my cooperation with him. Yi Qing Luo explained and widened her eyes. This has nothing to do with caring about him. Diamo Xian squinted his peach blossom eyes. I don't care, anyway I'm not happy when you mention him. Yi Qing Luo. Is it really good for you to behave like a little kid who didn't get any candy? Your Diamo Xian's moral integrity has dropped to the ground, is it really good? Lil Luo, made me unhappy. Should I punish Lil Luo? The man's husky voice was so sexy that it made one's heart feel as if there was a feather constantly teasing it. Yi Qing Luo heard the danger in the man's tone. Her petite body moved back to hide. Suddenly her waist tightened. The male pheromone's breath hit her in the face. He sealed his lips with hers. That domineering energy, leaving Yi Qing Luo nowhere to escape. To put it bluntly, Diamo Xian's childish tantrum was to find an open and above-board excuse to do such things to her. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Qing Luo was already in a daze from the kiss. Her eyes were half open and somewhat dazed. It was until the man's satisfied deep laughter floated down from the top of her head that Yi Qing Luo regained her senses. Diamo Xian. Yi Qing Luo flew into a rage out of humiliation and punched the man's face. It was just that her strength had been drained from her body, so when she swung it down, her strength was also very weak. It was totally tickling. Diamo Xian held the little hand that was violently on his face and brought it to his lips as he kissed it gently. Lil Luo, still want it? Why not invite me? Diamo Xian's husky voice was full of magnetism. Yi Qing Luo stared at him angrily. Want your head? Diamo Xian was very cooperative as he directly stuffed his head into Yi Qing Luo's neck. My head, my heart, my body, all belong to you. Yi Qing Luo. Immediately following that, Diamo Xian added another sentence. So, Lil Luo, do you want to check these things that belong to you? Inspection. Stripping for inspection? Was there a need to act like a hooligan with a straight face? Yi Qing Luo stretched out her hand and her slender fingers pinched Diamo Xian's head, which was resting on her shoulder. Get lost. After she was done, Yi Qing Luo moved her shoulders and flung the man's head away. Diamo Xian felt aggrieved as his shimmering peach blossom eyes pretended to put on a pitiful look as he gazed deeply at Yi Qing Luo. His voice was deliberately low and magnetic. Lil Luo, do you really have the heart to reject me? You really don't want to check it? The corners of Yi Qing Luo's mouth twitched as she raised her hand once again and slapped the man's head. You've created such a huge jealous drama and your motive has already been achieved. Hurry up and get down to business. Diamo Xian seized the opportunity to grab her little hand. Using a little strength, the young lady fell into his arms once again. Lil Luo, just refuses to fall for it. This motive of mine is very difficult to achieve. The man's languid voice drifted into her ears. Yi Qing Luo leaned into his arms as she was too lazy to struggle. Stop it. Chapter 3193. Wait a minute. Suddenly Yi Qing Luo got up from Diamo Xian's arms as her two little hands touched the man's chest. Diamo Xian grabbed her hands as he gave a devilish smile. Lil Luo, are you intending to check personally? Yes. Yi Qing Luo struggled free from his hand as she stretched out her hand to tug his lapel. That forceful stance made the smile in Diamo Xian's eyes grew deeper. He might as well let go of his hand as he laid down. That peerless and elegant face was full of smiles. Come on, Lil Luo. The minute he laid down, Yi Qing Luo tugged at his lapel and along with his strength, it opened up. His huge chest muscles were imprinted into her eyes. Yiqing Luo's vision swept across his body. Following that, she started to tug at his arm. Dmo Xian was very cooperative as he allowed her to move her hands all over his body. He was very clear on what Yiqing Luo was doing. But his mouth was still frivolous as he teased, "Lil Luo, are you going to check my entire body? Do you need me to undress myself and allow you to check?" Yiqing Luo patted his exposed chest as she sat up straight and her little hands held tightly onto his lapel which had slid down to his waist. "Shut up." Bam! A sound of something heavy crashing was heard. Immediately following that, a few staggering footsteps were heard as they stepped into the room. Another dong 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 sound of something heavy falling onto the ground was heard. Yiqing Luo's actions froze. Following that, she turned her head stiffly. Then she saw, behind, Yan Xiaoyi and the rest fell onto the ground in a row. Yiqing Luo, Dmo Xian, Yan Xiaoyi and the rest. Looking at each other, they were speechless. The strange atmosphere continued for about half an incense worth of time. Yiqing Luo then stiffly moved her lips. "What are you all doing?" The few of them who laid on the ground gave a few dry laughs. One by one they supported each other as they climbed up from the ground. "If we say, we are just passing by, will you believe it?" Yan Xiaoyi gave a dry laugh. Yiqing Luo shook her head stiffly. "I don't believe you. Actually, I just simply wanted to ask Lord Dizun about the Palace of Darkness." Tang Beiyuan explained while wiping the cold sweat off her forehead. Yiqing Luo pursed her pink lips slightly as her stiff and icy cold gaze stared at them. Did he need to hide at the door if he wanted to ask about the Palace of Gloomy Darkness? Look at their posture of falling in a row. He was obviously eavesdropping at the door. Perhaps they were fighting for the best position to eavesdrop, and as they fought they ended up falling into the room. Yan Xiaoyi and the rest expressed, "Your guess is absolutely right. Cough. If it's not convenient for you, we'll go out first." "You that, continue." Yan Xiaoyi touched her cold neck. Then he dragged Tang Beiyuan and Mo Ying toward the door. The other two also started to run out of the room. Stop right there. Yi Qing Luo's chilly voice successfully stopped the few of them in their tracks. Just nice, I want to talk to Xian about the Palace of Darkness, it's very convenient. Yi Qing Luo spoke word by word calmly. Yan Xiaoyi turned her head around with difficulty as she took a look at Yi Qing Luo and quickly shifted her vision away. But, I think, it's not convenient for you? Yi Qing Luo followed Yan Xiaoyi's line of sight and lowered her head to take a look. Instantly she didn't feel good. She was sitting on Dmo Xian's waist. She even had one hand tugging on his wide robe. Vividly, a hoodlum who wanted to rape a good young lad. Yi Qing Luo. Chapter 3194. In front, a row of people shook their heads in unison. Yi Qing Luo? Alright, even she herself didn't believe it. Yi Qing Luo released Dmo Xian's collar and pretended to be calm as she moved her little butt away from Dmo Xian's tummy. Following that, she jumped down the bed unhurriedly and calmly gathered her messy robe. Alright, it's convenient now. Yi Qing Luo cleared her throat in a serious manner. The row of people opposite stared at her in a daze. Yi Qing Luo narrowed her eyes. Why? It's not convenient for you? The few of them shrunk their necks neatly. Convenient? Convenient? There's no other time more convenient than now. Yi Qing Luo smiled, then go sit by the side. The few of them rushed to the front hall and sat on both sides of the tea table. Yi Qing Luo continued to smile as she glanced sideways at the evildoer who was still lying on the bed with a devilish smile on his lips. Still not getting up? Lil Luo is actually not shy anymore? Dmo Xian stood up lazily as his slender fingers gently gathered his robe. That action was extremely slow. That posture was extremely elegant. As though it was a slow-motion scene playing an artistic performance. It was obviously just a simple tidying of his robe. But it made the man display a kind of captivating charm. Yi Qing Luo was expressionless. Why should I be shy? You're my man, even if we do any intimate actions, that's normal. The smile on Dmo Xian's face became even more radiant. He stood up and stood side by side with Yi Qing Luo. Really? Since Lil Luo feels that it's normal, then later when we sleep I don't even think about it. Yi Qing Luo clenched her teeth as she pinched Dmo Xian's waist fiercely. Following that, she quickened her footsteps as she walked towards the front hall. She turned around. Yi Qing Luo's expressionless face collapsed. Facing a group of plastic sisterhood, she absolutely could not show any shyness or anger. She should be like this now, calm and composed. They absolutely couldn't even say a word of ridicule. Adjusting the expression on her face, Yi Qing Luo stepped into the front hall. 5 young ladies sat upright and still, not daring to look around. Yi Qing Luo found an empty seat and sat down calmly. Dmo Xian followed closely as he walked over. The 5 girls became even more nervous. Yi Qing Luo beckoned to Dmo Xian and pulled him to her side to sit down. The entire room was silent. No one spoke first. Yi Qing Luo's vision swept past their faces. Didn't you say you have something to ask? Why are you still daydreaming? Yan Xiaoyi and the rest. We really know our mistakes. Your aura is so strong, how would we dare to open our mouths and ask? Since you're not going to ask, I'll ask first. Yi Qing Luo retracted her vision as she looked at Dmo Xian. Have you found the base of secluded Darkness Palace in South Waves continent? Dmo Xian replied seriously, I've already scouted out the route. Yi Qing Luo's eyes lit up. Can you draw out the topography? Yes. Dmo Xian nodded. Then draw out the map, and after we've memorized the route, we'll directly sneak into the base and start. Yi Qing Luo excitedly hugged Dmo Xian's arm. Qing Luo, your meaning is? We'll directly attack secluded Darkness Palace's base? Tang Beiyuan asked in astonishment. Chapter 3195. If we wait passively for the Dark Abyss Palace to attack, the initiative will fall into their hands. Yi Qing Luo's eyes sunk slightly. Moreover, Nether Palace already knows that Xian and I are in South Waves continent and the Imperial Palace's disciples are gradually rushing over, plus, they know that we have a way to deal with the corpse puppets. Once the Palace of Gloomy Darkness attacks, it means that they are fully prepared. However, if we take the initiative to attack and kill our way into their base, at that time the Palace of Darkness will be caught off guard. Saying that, Yi Qing Luo's eyes curved as she looked at Dmo Xian. Ah Xian, am I right? Yes. Dmo Xian's thin lips curved upwards, his broad palm gently covered Yiqing Luo's furry little head. Then, under everyone's jealous gaze, he slowly shifted his gaze to them. Little Luo is right. Rather than passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative and attack. As long as we destroy the Palace of Gloomy Darkness base in South Waves continent, it will basically be impossible for them to invade South Waves continent. Yan Xiaoyi and the rest. He kept cursing in his heart. Although His Majesty said it in a serious manner, his face looked like, "My wife is beautiful and everything she says is right. What's going on? But, before we go we must make preparations." Dmo Xian's expression turned solemn. "Moreover, the ones who will attract the firepower are you and the Imperial Palace's disciples." Tang Beiyuan's expression froze. "I will lead the Imperial Palace's disciples well." Yan Xiaoyi nodded solemnly. "We will try our best not to be a burden." "Wait." Yiqing Luo patted Dmo Xian's shoulder. "What about me? Follow me. We'll act in secret." Dmo Xian held her little hand. "You must promise me that you will listen to my arrangements and not act on your own." He exerted a bit of strength in his arms, and the girl's delicate body fell into his embrace. "If you don't listen to me, I won't let you come with me." Yiqing Luo knew that the battle in the Miao tribe had already made Dmo Xian worried. Not long ago, when Dmo Xian went to the base alone to scout, she had also experienced this kind of anxiety and worry for a while. How could she bear to let herself get injured and let Dmo Xian worry? Her eyes stared seriously at Dmo Xian as she nodded her head vigorously. "I will definitely follow you closely." Dmo Xian patted her little head as a reward for her obedience. Their eyes met and warmth spread. Yan Xiaoyi and the rest. How could this kind of behavior of showing off their affection at the slightest disagreement be acceptable? When I was scouting the way I came across a mechanism. Below the mechanism is the place to refine corpse puppets. Dmo Xian hugged Yiqing Luo, not intending to let go as he continued to say, "There are at least thousands of defective goods inside at least. There are more than 10 cultivators repairing those defective goods should be trying to upgrade the defective goods. More than 10 profound practitioners? Yu'in is dead and they can't find anyone whose mental power was strong enough to refine a semi-finished or completed product, so they used other cultivators to refine the corpse puppets." Yiqing Luo's slender brows creased tightly. She found it strange. Why did Yu'in die? The Dark Nether Palace was able to recover so quickly and have an endless supply of undead puppets. So, the Palace of Gloomy Darkness had not found someone who could replace Gloomy. Instead, he used the mental energy of more than 10 profound practitioners to refine corpse puppets. Because he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Chapter 3196. To exterminate the Palace of Darkness's base in South Water Continent. The most important thing was to exterminate those corpses and the cultivators who refine them. They are in charge of attracting the attention of the Palace of Darkness's disciples. You and I will sneak into the secret room and settle those corpses. Dmo Xian suddenly tightened his grip as his voice was deep. "Remember, you must follow me closely and be obedient." "I know I will be obedient." Yiqing Luo pouted. Dmo Xian pinched her nose. "Your mental power is not enough to deal with those corpses. You're not willing to listen to me?" I'm willing. I can't be any more willing." Yiqing Luo hugged his palm as she whispered, "This is in front of my sisters. Can't you leave some face for me?" Yan Xiaoyi and the rest. Face. It didn't exist all right. The next day, Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian walked out of the house hand in hand. Outside the inn, the orderly and loud sound of the soldiers' training could be heard. That orderly and deep voice added a bit of blood to the morning. After recuperating for 2 days, the soldiers' injuries were almost healed. There were a few slightly more serious injuries lying in the main hall. The other soldiers were already training outside. Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian went downstairs and walked to the main hall. Yan Xiaoyi and Xiao Jin served the breakfast which they had prepared. Yiqing Luo ate a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, a burst of excited laughter resounded throughout the inn. Immediately following that, a room door on the second floor opened and a slender figure rushed out. That person was obviously extremely excited. She couldn't even be bothered to walk up the stairs. She directly leapt down from the second floor and flipped over in front of Yiqing Luo. "Qing Luo. Look, what is this?" The lady spoke agitatedly as she stretched out her hand. With a flip of her fair palm, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A dazzling fan that seemed to be burning with raging flames appeared in her hand. Yiqing Luo's eyes lit up as she stood up. Glower flame fan. Although there was a huge change in its appearance, but Yiqing Luo could still recognize that this was her glower flame fan. The connection between her soul and the glower flame fan couldn't be faked. The ghastly flame fan is indeed a weapon that can grow. Tang Beiyuan was extremely excited. I spent an entire night, and not only did I manage to fuse my mind power with the glowing flame fan, but I also managed to upgrade its quality. That is to say, the glower flame fan is now a legendary grade spiritual weapon. Yiqing Luo's heart started to beat wildly. She stretched out her hand and took the glowing flame fan. As soon as he touched it, he felt a burning sensation. This was the feeling of the glowing flame fan resonating with his soul. The glowing flame fan in his palm began to sway slightly. Yiqing Luo seemed to be able to hear a tiny voice ringing beside her ear. Yiqing Luo's fingers gently stroked the glower flame fan. Shortly after, he slowly unfurled the glowing flame fan. The bewitching red light moved like raging flames. The entire hall seemed to be shrouded in a layer of flames. In an instant it disappeared. Yiqing Luo gripped her glower flame fan tightly, her eyes filled with joy. Beiyuan, thank you. No need to thank me, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for the glowing flame fan, I'm afraid my armament refining grade would never be able to be upgraded in this lifetime. Tang Beiyuan shook her head and then waved her hand agitatedly. No, I have too much feeling now. I need to go back to my room and continue to refine some weapons to fight against the undead puppets. Eat slowly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.